All right, I'm going to wait to be given the thumbs up. I have 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much. Okay, shh. Thank you. Dear guests, dear speakers, dear audience, those of you who are, thank you, here with us in Brussels, and of course, those of you who are joining us online. A very, very warm welcome to this 3rd edition of the Forum for the EU Mission Adaptation to Climate Change. As you all know, this is organised by the European Commission, so that is the Directorate General for Climate Action, with the support of the Belgian Presidency, whom we thank warmly for their efforts and contributions. Now, my name is Katrina Sickle, and as MC, I have the privilege and the pleasure of navigating us all through this fabulous extravaganza of an event, which I promise you is going to finish before 6 o'clock, okay? That's why I have a very nice watch on, all right? Now, we have a program that is packed with very, very rich content, but we have a lineup of fabulous speakers who bring that content to life. And I'm going to be amply supported in doing that by 2 fantastic moderators from the European Commission who will orchestrate 2 very stimulating panel discussions. Now, those panel discussions are glued together with some framing speeches, some wonderful presentations of projects on the ground that bring all of that big picture policy to life. And there's also, of course, as you well know, and that's a brilliant feature of this forum, this huge space for networking right at the end of the event. Now, you all know why we gathered here. I can say a little bit more on that later if I need to, but I don't want to take up too much time at the beginning because we have some speakers who really need to grace the stage and speak far more eloquently than me. The only thing that I want to highlight at the moment is a little bit of housekeeping. I don't know if we've got that slide next there. So do just take a moment to be able to jump online because we are going to ask for your contributions throughout this event, okay? Questions, polls, word clouds. So that's important. I will give you more time in a moment, but just if you can take a moment, make sure that you can connect. As you see, there is no scheduled fire drill. It's important to say. So if you hear the fire drill go off, that's serious, okay? So you follow signs very, like people sort of exiting the Titanic, very gently, okay, to the nearest exit. And there you see the toilets. This is a very, very big space. You go outside, you go left, you can find them very, very easily. Now, just a couple of headlines. In case you missed the hot news, it's important to underscore, for the purposes of this event, that the Commission has just released an activity report. So that offers super valuable insights for all of you different stakeholders in the ecosystem. I will find out momentarily after our opening speakers who you are. And there is also, as a reminder, a host of resources online, technical assistance, community of practice, all of those different things. Please feel free to get familiar, use them, they're there for you. And I will say a little bit more later about the stands and the exhibition that are outside in the atrium, okay? So there's plenty to get your brains and your teeth into throughout the course of the day, and of course, ample opportunities for you to get to know each other. Lots of housekeeping. I'm going to stop there for the moment because it is my pleasure now to invite to the stage to officially help open this 3rd edition of the Forum, the Minister for Climate, Environment, Energy and Participatory Democracy, Government of the Brussels Capital Region, Alain Marron. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it's of course my pleasure to host this forum on adaptation to climate change and all of you today here in Brussels in this exemplary eco-friendly building. The location is also symbolic as it is here that the environment and climate policies of the Brussels Capital Region are designed and put into practice, and by extension, where the EU's policies are becoming the reality on the ground here in Brussels. So in a way, the colleagues here face the same vision and challenges as many of you do when it comes to implementing adaptation policies and preparing our urban territories and regions for climate risks. There is no doubt that we need to step up our adaptation efforts. With the average temperatures across Europe rising twice as fast as the global average, Europe is feeling the impact of climate change more regularly and severely. Once again, the summer of 23 broke temperature records with heavy consequences on the health of citizens. The heat waves of 22 alone resulted in approximately 20,000 excess deaths in Europe. All EU territories are affected, but densely populated communities, such as urban centers and clusters, are particularly vulnerable epicenters of climate shocks. In 2018, the regional administration Bruxelles Environnement made a cartography of heat islands in the city here in Brussels. The results showed that air temperature is 3 degrees higher on average in the center of Brussels than in the surroundings or the Sonian forest, just some kilometers from here. In addition to heat waves, just like everywhere else in Europe, Brussels faces other major challenges due to climate change. Increased risk of flooding, drought, violent winds, drop in groundwater recharge, and the quality of groundwater and surface water, effect on navigation on the canal in hot season, poor air quality, etc., etc. We are increasingly aware of those risks and taking stronger action, for instance, in water management and nature conservation. The Brussels Capital Region's new water management plan includes measures to prevent and manage flooding and droughts by implementing the principle of integrated rainwater management, meaning managing rainwater as close as possible to where it falls. The aim is to recharge the groundwater and avoid saturation of the drainage network while creating cool zones to improve people's health in urban heat islands. With our nature plan, we remedy the lack of green spaces and create more green and blue spaces instead of gray areas. In other words, we are trying to turn progressively Brussels into a sponge city and a nature city that will benefit citizens' physical and mental health. Hence, awareness of the necessity to prepare for climate risks has risen in recent years. In some way, it culminated in the recent release of the first European climate risk assessment. The report illustrates Europe's status as the fast-warming continent globally and the myriad threats climate risks pose to our energy and food security, ecosystems, infrastructure, water resources, financial stability, and public health. Many of these risks have already reached critical levels and could escalate into catastrophes without immediate and decisive action. One of the findings which are particularly striking is that most of the identified climate risks are actually co-owned by the EU and EU member states. That means that action must happen at all governance levels, and that cooperation and EU action are beneficial and essential. It tells us that climate adaptation is not only a burning local issue, but also a burning EU matter. And that if we act together, we can be better prepared. Moreover, it recognizes that vulnerable social groups bear the brunt of this crisis. The principle of ensuring a just transition lies at the core of the European Green Deal. It is abundantly clear. the transition must be fair, or it simply will not be. Throughout the Belgian Council presidency, this reality drove our work within the Environment Council, despite the continuous attacks on the EU's climate and environment ambitions, despite the stumbling blocks along the road. In this context, the conference couldn't happen at a better time, so thank you for that. It brings those together who must deal with the consequences of climate change on their home ground. That's the point of the mission, bringing people together to exchange practices, to learn from each other, and as a hub to foster innovative solutions with the support of the European Union. These efforts are crucial. I would like to already thank you for your commitment and, of course, encourage you to continue on this path. During the presidency, we made adaptation one of our 3 priorities in the area of climate and environment, together with the circular economy and the just transition. The EU's climate and environment ministers had the opportunity to discuss the UCRA during the informal meeting of ministers on January. Ministers showed convergence on the need to work together at all levels of government and for more financing, among others. In response, the Commission published its communication on managing climate risk, protecting people and prosperity, which I am sure the Commissioner will come back to. Both documents are still being discussed in the Council at the level of expert working groups in many different configurations. This is crucial as we need to integrate our adaptation efforts into a wide range of policies to avoid discrepancies between different economic sectors and societal spheres. We need a whole of society approach, integrated approach, when we prepare ourselves for climate risks. With less than a month and a half to go in the presidency, we checkmarked some important stepping stones in our way to a more resilient EU. Member states are currently working on a vision for the EU's future climate and environment policies, better known as Council conclusions, of which climate risk preparedness will be a fundamental part. My objective is to get this text voted at the last meeting under the Belgian presidency on 17 June. After the elections and with the start of the new mandate, the direction of travel will be in the hands of the new Commission. But with the Council conclusions, we will try to give guidance on potentially sector-specific policy responses, an overarching legal framework, or the development of monitoring tools. While fighting and adapting to climate change is always done with a certain degree of certainty, we know more than ever dispose of the knowledge and the solutions to do so. The experiences you have made in your communities and the best practices you have exchanged since the mission's inception will, I have no doubt, be useful in our future adaptation efforts. In that sense, I wish you very interesting discussions today. I hope you will leave this building with fresh ideas and innovative solutions. Thank you for your attention and have a really good day.
Thank you so very much for a very robust start, covering so many different areas that we will unpack today with our speakers. And also let me underline again, and you yourself brought this up, that climate preparedness has been such a big priority for the Commission, the communication that was released in March, but also, as you amply explained there, and then gave some very good examples also for the Belgian presidency. Okay, I could have a billion questions, but there's no time. So I shall move swiftly on. That's my job. It's my pleasure now to invite to join me the Commissioner for Climate Action at the European Commission. That's Commissioner Wopke Hoekstra. Warm welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed guests, and of course everyone who is joining us remotely. And cher Alain, merci beaucoup de l'invitation. Je te remercie encore de l'implication du travail de la présidence belge sur le climat et particulièrement sur le sujet du jour, l'adaptation au changement climatique. As you can hear, I'm having French lessons on a weekly basis, and I need them. I'm not sure whether anyone else understood what I was trying to say, but Alain, it was at least an attempt to address you in your mother tongue, and I'm truly glad and grateful to be here with you. Dear friends, since becoming Commissioner for Climate Action, I have become ever more convinced of the importance, but also of the absolute urgency of adaptation. And I very much agree, of course, with what Alain just said when he mentioned that there is no doubt that we need to step up our adaptation efforts. And in fact, that is, of course, why we're here today. Climate adaptation and resilience simply need to be an integral part of any local, regional, and national policy, even though it is difficult. Our current progress on adaptation is simply not keeping up with what is happening in the real world. Europe is warming up twice as fast, I think Alain was mentioning that as well, as any other continent. And just think about that. Whenever we see a number, we need to double or almost double it for the European Union and for Europe. And 2023 has shattered climate records. And unfortunately, it might well be that 2024 is on the same path. And at the same time, at least some of these risks are manageable if and only if we are working together. Ladies and gentlemen, our experiences and our efforts have once again reaffirmed that adaptation is not just merely an option. It's not part of the menu. It is an imperative for ensuring that resilience and prosperity of our societies as we face ever more worrying impacts of climate change. And in my view, local communities are on the front lines of these impacts and must be equipped also with the resources and support needed to adapt effectively and to take action. And we only need to look at this last weekend. What happened in Belgium, Les Forons faced worse floods than in 2021. And now I know you can always say with every averse effect that it is difficult to pinpoint that exactly as a result of climate change. However, if you then look at the whole picture and you look at the pattern, it is undeniably so that unfortunately things got a lot worse and will get worse before they get better. And therefore it is crucial that region and local authorities play a role in adaptation strategies. Actors at regional level coordinate efforts in a landscape that is actually the most familiar to them. National policy frameworks, on the other hand, can of course provide the overarching structure and support the necessary scale and the measures and could ensure the consistency across the various regions. So the proper alignment of these two is absolutely critical. And of course, at a European level, we then have a unique opportunity to lead by example and set ambitious targets for climate resilience. But in integrating adaptation considerations into European policy frameworks, we can actually ensure coherence across member states. And of course, and that is the most important thing, make sure we maximize the impact of our collective efforts. And that, in my view, would include mainstreaming adaptation strategies in other key policy areas. Think about biodiversity conservation, sustainable agriculture, and, for example, a topic like disaster risk management. And also the national energy and climate plans, which all our member states have to draw up, play an important role in setting adaptation goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent adopted European climate risk assessments provides a truly comprehensive assessment of present and future climate change impacts. And as you would guess, it shows the risks related to the environment, the economy, and wider society in Europe. And the assessment reveals a truly concerning and disturbing trend. Europe's current policies and adaptation measures are failing to keep pace with the, unfortunately, rapidly escalating risks posed by climate change. So urgent action is necessary. Delay is simply not an option. Building resilience to climate change presents both an obligation and a strategic and business opportunity for our societies. So we need to rise to the occasion. In response to the findings of the European Climate Risk Assessment, the Commission set out an approach to manage climate risks and to protect people and also our future prosperity. And to me, the message is clear. Anticipating and addressing these risks proactively is not only an economically sound, but also a thing to do, but also essential for mitigating the impacts of disasters, rather than continually reaching to them. So, investing in climate resilience measures may seem costly now, but it actually is clearly an investment in a safer future for generations to come. And let me just give you one number here. There is a very clear business case for it. Our studies have shown that if you invest just €1 in prevention, you could save up to 14 euros in repairs. You just need to do it in time, of course, because once an adverse event happens, you're too late. So the cost of not investing in climate resilience far outweighs the cost of proactive measures and upfront investments. Ladies and gentlemen, we come from diverse backgrounds, but are united by a common vision: to ensure a future where our communities thrive despite the challenges posed by climate change. And our commitment to this vision is evident when we see the support for the Mission Charter and the engagement of our friends of the mission. And this unity, to me, underscores the sense of urgency and the importance of together making progress. At the European Commission, we have been actively translating commitments into tangible actions. And the EU mission on adaptation plays a vital role in implementing adaptation measures at the regional and, of course, at the local level. It, to me, provides a platform for collaboration, for knowledge sharing, and for collective action. And this conference is therefore indeed very timely and allows for a moment where people can exchange and learn from each other. You know our landscapes, you know the difficulties your specific regions face, and you are truly the best placed to foster innovative solutions, of course, hopefully together with the EU. And that is why this mission exists. Initiatives like the MIP for Adapt platform and substantial funding under the Horizon Europe work program is our way to help you in our efforts in adapting to climate change. And for instance, the introduction of the technical assistance under the MIP for Adapt initiative provides experts with guidance to communities aspiring towards climate resilience, fostering deeper engagement and, of course, cooperation. Now, just to be clear, this, of course, does not mean that our work on decarbonization and on planning for our national goals needs to stop. Rather, on the contrary. Mitigation on the one hand, adaptation on the other hand, will continue to be done together. And we need to accelerate both. There is no alternative. So our response to climate change has to be comprehensive and address both of these angles at once. The mission on climate neutral cities, by the way, also represents a crucial element for this, addressing specifically the climate change in urban environments. It fosters innovation, collaboration and sustainable development, and it paves the way for a more resilient, low-carbon future for our cities and, of course, for all the inhabitants of these cities. And some of you show strong ambition and participate in both the mission of adaptation for climate change and the mission on climate neutral cities. And that is, of course, truly very impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with a message of hope. We need to continue with ambitions on the front of climate action, while making sure we have a just transition, Alain already said it, for our citizens, and make sure there is a competitive business environment for our companies. And as I explained before, there is a strong social and economic case for all of our efforts on adaptation. And as we continue our discussions and actions, let us remember that each step, no matter how small, brings us closer to a sustainable, resilient, and climate-adaptive future. And therefore, I feel that the EU missions serves as a beacon of hope, guiding us towards a future where our communities, your communities, thrive in the face of climate change. And together, we can and we will rise to the monumental challenge ahead. So thank you very much, and in particular, thank you very much for all of your dedication.
Thank you very much. And again, underscoring that a big intention, a big commitment. Thank you so much to the Commissioner, who I know. I will just give him leave to, thank you, with grace and decorum, to leave through the doors. So that was brilliant. You know, I had pages and pages and pages and pages of introduction. I just went, whoop, because I knew that we needed to move on. So thank you. That's great that the Commissioner was able to be with us. And again, just underscoring that for the EU, it is a tremendously committed intention to raise adaptation as high as mitigation. You heard it there from the Commissioner. The two absolutely go hand in hand. And what fascinates me as an average citizen of the EU, I think that the adaptation element is not as well known or understood as the mitigation, but I am sure we will have a look at all of that. I just wanted to touch on one thing before we shortly, in a moment, come to a video message. The Commissioner just touched upon the wide community here, everybody at local level, at regional level, and all these specificities of the terrain and the work that you do. I think it's just important to underscore that 311 regions and local authorities have signed the charter of the mission. And among these, 291 hail from 25 EU member states, and 17 come from countries associated with Horizon Europe. And furthermore, the charter has been endorsed by an additional 63 private entities, research networks, and local action groups branded as Friends of the Mission. So I think it's just good to put that out there as a starting point. An awful lot going on, but you all know, without the collaboration and the collective element, well, that's at the heart of everything. All right, I just mentioned that we do have a video, so indeed, joining us now with a pre-recorded message, I'd like you to lend your eyes and ears to the President of the European Committee of the Regions, Vasco Cordero. Video, please.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is with great pleasure and honor that I address you today at the third Forum on the Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change. European cities and regions are increasingly suffering from the effects of disruptive heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, and other extreme weather events. These events are on the rise and result ever more often in human tragedy and important economic losses. vulnerable citizens and regions are likely to suffer more from climate change due to stronger climate pressures and tighter financial constraints that limit their adaptive capacities, putting the social and economic cohesion of the EU at risk. We know that local and regional authorities are increasingly required to step up climate adaptation efforts and resilience measures in order to protect lives, infrastructures, and businesses. As local and regional representatives, we feel the urgency of making our territories more resilient. Nevertheless, we face several barriers. Often, cities and regions are relegated to the role of implementers of pre-designed strategies. This reality highlights the currently insufficient multi-level governance in national and European policymaking. Moreover, the financing mechanisms in place are insufficient, resulting in a huge financial gap, even when local and regional authorities have clear plans and clear projects. In this context, the EU mission on adaptation to climate change plays an important role in supporting regions on their path to achieve climate resilience by 2030 and in the implementation of the EU adaptation strategy. This mission also serves as an exemplary model of multi-level climate action in the EU. By bringing together local and regional authorities, member states, and the EU level, the mission has demonstrated the power of collaboration in driving effective climate adaptation. Its efforts are therefore very much welcomed and supported by the European Committee of the Regions, and we call on the European Commission to prioritize adaptation in its next mandate. As the President of the European Committee of the Regions, I am proud that many of our members are signatories of the Mission Charter and are actively participating in mission projects. Rest assured, the European Committee of the Regions will continue to support the EU's climate objectives, including this mission. I look forward to continuing our close collaboration with the European Commission, the Council presidencies, and with the many local and regional authorities attending the forum. And I wish you all a productive and fruitful discussion throughout the day.
Okay, are we all good? Yes, fantastic. Here we go. Turn to the person on your right, if you're sitting at the end of the row on your left. Introduce yourself and tell them one thing about yourself. What did you have for breakfast? Go on, take a moment. Don't mind whether it's in front of you, behind you, talk to somebody, introduce yourself. Let's shake up the room. Okay. All right. Let's... Shh. Okay, I always open that Pandora's box and then I just can't shut it down. That's the thing. But I just wanted to check that you've got the energy there. And for those of you online, I don't know what you were doing there, shaking hands with yourself, with your cat. Not sure, but thank you for playing ball. Let's just have a quick read of the room. That's important before I give you some instructions for Slido. Let's have a look. Where are our researchers? Where are our scientists? Who in the house is a boffin? You know, boffin? A good nerd, that means. Okay, researchers and scientists, only 2? Wow, you are very, very humble and shy. That's better, okay. Who's a project owner? Who's part of a really good project on the grounds? Who's come to talk about? Okay, who is representing a local or a regional authority? Who's coming from that Fantastic. Well, this is for you, is it not, this event? Cities, specifically cities. Okay, that could have fallen under local, but cities. Okay. Where are any NGOs in the house? ENGOs. Sitting very far apart, I see. Okay, don't know why that is. EU policymakers, ministers, that kind of level. Also very humble and not sure if you are, I see, Elena. Okay, all right, here we go, last question. Who will only just have turned 50 in 2050? Oh, you're doing the maths, aren't you? Are you sure? I'm being a bit rude, aren't I? Okay, all right, thank you very much for playing ball. Now, here we go. How can you make your voice heard at this event? One way, of course, is that you can post on social media. There we go. Look at that. And the slide miraculously appears. Thank you, Thomas. So if you want to get busy online, saying something inspiring, intelligent, drop a little gem of wisdom, that's where you do it. You might want to particularly prioritize EU mission climate adaptation or hashtag mission climate adaptation or hashtag mission forum 24, but as you wish. So anytime, short and sweet, some little gem that you can share with the wider community. Also, from time to time, we'd like you to take part in polls and word clouds, and also post a question in Slido. So, are you all online? Raise your hand if you're in. Are you in and online? Right. The next step, please, is to get onto Slido. So there you have the QR code. You can also do it the old-fashioned way, slido.com, but I'm going to give you just a moment, since we have a little bit of space, and please, for all of you online, go to slido.com, because you do also have the passcode there. I need to get my big head out the way, but I think you can do that. For those of you online, if you need it, the code is 1132502. That's if you're going via slido.com, 1132502. So when you're on Slido, raise your hand, the speediest in the room. Oh, not bad, not bad. Okay, now let's do an easy one. It says poll 1, it's actually a word cloud. Yes, we just want to keep you awake and alert this morning. So that's what I'm asking you to please answer now. And for those of you online, poll 1, it's a word cloud. Oh, good Lord. Thomas, what have you done? You've broken Slido. Well, it's coming up. Hang on a minute. Right, you need to, it's not a poll, you need to actually say from which country are you joining us today? It's not working? Voting closed. Okay, all right then. Should we give you just a moment? Raise your hand. Somebody tell me where you're joining from today. Which country? This lovely lady here. Finland. Okay, I've just absolutely accosted one of the Finnish speakers saying, I love the Finns. And she looked at me quite rightly as though I was mad. Who else? Who else doesn't come from Finland? Where else? Who else have we got in the room? The gentleman there with very nice, longer hair than me. Go on. Netherlands. Hey, who's from Belgium? Oh, that's very cute. That was like a hand like that. Are there any French in the house? Okay. All right. Any other Dutch in the house? Oh, sitting together there. Nice. Do you know each other? Oh, okay. You weren't being especially friendly. Should we try again? From which country? Should we give it one more go? Yep, all right. Let's have a try. From which country are you joining us today? Belgium! Look, it's right up there, I see. Italo. Ireland. The United Kingdom. Turkey. Fantastic, of course. You might be online. Is there anyone from Turkey in the house? So we have those good people joining us online. Portugal, Latvia, Malta, Scotland. Is there anyone in the house from Scotland? Was that a very bad, poor, rubbish accent? It was, wasn't it? I shouldn't have tried that. Okay, Hungary, Romania, a real European Union. Who said European Union? Ah, you're smart, aren't you? Okay, let's do one more. Let's see how you can manage a poll, just to check that you're capable of doing that. There you go. It comes under poll 2. No excuses for not finding it. And it's asking you why you're attending this conference. Why are you attending this conference? Maybe we can see the results as they come in. It's the event for knowledge and exchange on adaptation to climate change issues. I can network with potentially valuable collaborators. The speaker lineup is very, very impressive. I want to hear from all of those initiatives on the ground, and the lunch promises to be delicious. Okay, let's give that just a moment to settle. Okay. Yes, I love all the big picture policy, but what brings that to life? All of those innovative and inspiring initiatives on the ground. So, I think you are going to be amply entertained and informed by an array of those, so I hope you will go away happy. We'll find out about that at the end. The one last thing, there are a couple of last points to make. For questions during the two panels, the golden rule is, as you know, short and sweet. You can say to whom it's addressed, no more than a sentence. Please, please remember, I know we're in the Brussels bubble. A question has a question mark at the end. All right? That's brilliant. That means that we can hear more voices, so super clear, super concise, no rambling. Thank you for respecting that. Okay, last thing. She has been beavering away over there. I wanted to introduce Carlotta so much earlier, but we didn't have the space at the start of the event. Now, here is our fantastic illustrator. She is called Carlotta Catalli, and we are going to check in with her from time to time throughout the event. A graphic recorder. I called her an illustrator, graphic recorder. She is going to do what I do, what your moderators do, but visually, capturing some of the top line messages and some of the key points that arise from the various discussions throughout the day. Now, she's a true European, an Italian, living in Barcelona, who studied a master's in sustainability and leadership in Sweden. And that's where she learned all about the importance of visuals and communicating something as complex as climate change and systems thinking. And those visuals have that aim of really connecting us all so we can reflect and learn together in a different way. So she will be beavering away, and that is very helpful. Once your brains get full, she will be capturing all of those top line messages. Okay, are we good? Are we ready to go into our first panel very shortly? Yeah? Are you feeling enthusiastic? Excellent. All right. Okay. Oh, that lady there. Yeah, I thought, yeah. Okay. Okay. I love that. Look, I'm so important. I get a message on stage. Thank you. That was just saying that the one remote speaker may have difficulties connecting, but that's for in a moment. That's the first panel. Adaptation on the fast track. We heard from our opening speakers. You know it yourself, the utter need for stepping up and urgency. Before we get going with that panel, we're going to hear some framing words by video from Philippe Henry, who is Vice President and Minister for Climate, Energy, Infrastructure and Mobility at the Government of Wallonia. Please, go ahead.
Dear colleagues from the European, Member States, regional and local authorities, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to speak to you during this third forum of the EU mission on adaptation to climate change. Indeed, adaptation is a key priority for our times, as shown and demonstrated by the first European climate risk assessment published in March by the European Environment Agency. The recent years, European citizens have felt those dramatic climate change on the ground. Like many others, my region, Wallonia, has been hit by terrible floods in July 2021, causing 39 deaths and millions of euros of damage. Some of you have visited the Vesdre Valley and the Gilep Dam yesterday, illustrating our resilient reconstruction and the challenge we face with our infrastructures. Also, you have been talked about our crisis prevention system in close cooperation with our neighboring regions. In this context, the Belgian presidency has placed adaptation in its top priorities, as well as the need of a just and green transition. That's why my region has organized a few months ago for the Belgian presidency a unique gathering of European non-state actors in Liège, the 8th and 9th of February. The theme of our event was Adaptation to Climate Change, Nature-Based Solutions and Resilience. More than 1,000 people took part in this event, including many of you. This Liège summit, co-organized by the Walloon region and the association Climate Change, has marked the involvement of the European businesses, workers, non-profit organizations, researchers, young people and local governments. As a result, an ambition Liège declaration has been signed by over 100 networks and organizations of European level. An abstract of the Liège declaration is placed on a roll-up near the stand of the Belgian delegation. In that declaration, the non-state actors remind that mitigation remains an absolute necessity in order to minimize the risks as much as possible. Every tenth of a degree counts. They also emphasize the importance of nature-based solutions. Indeed, those solutions are often the most cost-effective ones, and they have many potential co-benefits. The Liège Declaration calls for investment, notably in resilient infrastructure. In the spirit of the EU mission on adaptation, it also advocates community-led, gender-responsive and bottom-up approaches. As we can see, adaptation challenges require more than ever European coordination, as well as cooperation between neighboring regions and exchanges of best practices between communities, cities and regions. That's what the European mission is about. Together, we will do our best to face up to the key challenges and threats affecting our territories. We will leave no one behind, both within our territories and all across our beautiful Europe. Thank you for your attention and good work ahead.
So thank you very much in absentia to the Minister for his words. And as I said, and as you know, they are framing this first panel, Adaptation on the Fast Track. Now, this first panel, and we will come to a Slido in a moment, this first panel aims to address, as you all know, the critical need to accelerate climate preparedness, as indicated in the communication on managing climate risks, to scale up and implement on the ground climate adaptation solutions. And we heard that to protect people, to protect infrastructure, to protect prosperity, businesses, the works. So, whoa, big topic, a lot of ground to cover. Let's just take at the outset now a read of the room with a poll before I introduce you to our speakers, but we're not going to reveal the results immediately. So that is your poll 3. That's what you should find. And we're asking you a question: which of the following are identified as effective strategies for accelerating climate preparedness and building resilience on the ground? What do you think? If you can pick one of the options, and then we won't reveal the results now, but put your hand up when you have actually picked your option so I know that I can move on. Let's just see. Lots of people cogitating before they choose. Some nodding, some consideration. Who else? Put your hand up when you've actually taken part in the poll. Okay. Fantastic, thank you. I think you ought to meet your panelists, so let's get going. Here you go. Now you can see, but we won't meet the moderator yet. I'm not moderating this panel, but I'd like to get our speakers into place. So can I invite, please, Victor Haase, who is State Secretary in the Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Transport of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So may I invite you in now? You've got a seat here, actually. Look.
Nice chair.
Nice chair. It's a beautiful... Who loves this stage setup? Nice, huh? Yes. Are you coming to join? Are you coming to be the shadowy figure sitting behind? Yeah.
It's a discussion. Später, genau.
Look, there's a little bit of shenanigans going on here. A little bit of shenanigans. Everybody online? No, we're good? Alrighty. Okay. Can I please now invite Eva Jensen, who is Head of Climate Change, Energy and Transport Programme at the European Environment Agency. A warm welcome to you. Is that as comfortable a chair, Eva?
It's a good question, I'll check. It's fine.
It's okay? All right. Can I also invite Vanera Ulargui, who is Director General, Spanish Office for Climate Change. Over to you. The sofa. I think it's more comfortable.
I love it.
It's okay. It's more comfortable than it looks. All right. And Connie Hedegaard, who is Chair of the Board. Welcome. Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change. What do you reckon? Nice? It's all right? Comfy?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
So, François is here.
Space.
Oh, François de Coster, Vice President of Culture, Heritage, Regional Languages and International Relations of the Région Hauts-de-France. So let's see if he's with us.
Yeah,
Hey,
good morning.
Hey, we're
Good morning
so
from
happy
Canada.
you're there. Do you know, I get
I'm
to
there.
say one of the most ridiculous things that I say at any event, which is, you have the toughest job because you've got the hugest presence in the room, being on a gigantic screen. You can't sneeze, you can't talk to anyone, you can't type, you can't take a telephone call. You just have to look great all the way through. There you go. That's you.
Thank you.
All right. So a warm welcome to all of you. Can I invite now, please, the lady who is going to moderate this panel with these brilliant people. Welcome, very, very warm welcome to Elina Badrum, who is Mission Manager and Director on Adaptation and Resilience at the Directorate General for Climate Action at the European Commission. I have a couple of questions for you before you start. And what we could do, but that means we lose François. François, we're going to see the results of a poll. I'm very sad to just momentarily not see your face. There we go. Which of the following are identified as effective strategies for accelerating climate preparedness and building resilience on the ground? Collaborating among and across all government levels. It's a no-brainer. Surprised at that? No? Would that be what you put in? Did you put in? That is what you put in. Okay. Anything else? I really just told them the top lines. What do you hope? Why this session? What are you hoping to look at with these good people?
Well, I'll tell you what, Kath, I'm really delighted to have this very knowledgeable group of people, some of whom I know very well, and some of whom I know the work
Il y a
of
Franck
very
Hanson
well.
de venir ici, hein? Non.
François?
François, you have not been given the floor.
We are like in a TV program.
Okay.
So to me, it's funny that collaborating among all governance levels comes up clearly on the top, because I'm looking at my speaking points. They include the word collaboration like 5 times.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that kind of has to be the glue between different actors, and it has to be the glue between different priorities. Because if we can't marry the priorities of different parties and different stakeholders and agree on a common direction of travel, we will not succeed. And the agenda is just too important and too urgent for us to go in different direction. So that common direction of travel, common sense of purpose, and the base of information and engagement that allows us to move together is going to be super critical in moving forward.
And what really jumped into my head when I saw collaboration is, of course, the comment that came from the minister at the beginning and from the commissioner, but the minister was saying these are co-owned policies. Okay, so you've got, and that is absolutely critical, that relationship between the EU and national level, but most importantly also between the national and the local level, where all of that is going on. That I think the words that the commissioner used, absolutely on the front line of climate change. So.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, in our risk management communication, to which both the minister and the commissioner were making a reference, we identify as one of the key solution spaces. So we focus on the solutions as being governance. So vertical governance, but also horizontal governance, because we do have different pieces of administration that need to work together. We're really talking about a whole of the government, but also a whole of the economy, whole of the society challenge. And if you don't get the different departments at different vertical levels talking to each other, you may miss out on some super important opportunities, and also on the possibility of exploiting the synergies that exist between different policy areas.
Indeed. Okay. Well, I leave the floor to you. You can call me back when you have chatted to these fabulous people and also taken some audience questions, and I will pop back when you call me later.
Thanks so much, Kath. Maybe a couple of words still in terms of why this event today matters really quite a lot to me personally, but also to the mission community and the mission project. We are now heading to the elections. It's an important turning point for the European project, but the missions will not end with the mandate of this commission. But we are well off to a good start. 3 years from the inception, from the startup of the missions on the ground, we have gone from inception, say the childhood of the mission project, to really starting to walk and even run. So we have now reached cruising speed with all the technical support facilities and different capacity building components put in place. And it is now for us to make most of those assets, those tools, and really accelerate our action, fast track it, if you like, as is the kind of name of our session today. And I think throughout this process, we will be needing important partners, such as the European Environment Agency, such as our Joint Research Centre, who have been important in giving us the scientific foundation for our work, to pointing us to the right direction of travel. And of course, our very important partners from the finance sector, such as the European Investment Bank, who is a key partner in the missions project. Untapping those financial resources from the public, but also private sector, will be of essence as we move along. But again, I'm not repeating the word collaboration here, but collaboration is fundamental. If we can't get that right, if we don't get the different partners talking to each other in respectful, mindful, and interactive way, then we will not succeed. So I'm really pleased to have our panel here. I'm really pleased to start with Victor from North Rhine-Westphalia. And of course, North Rhine-Westphalia was one of the regions most impacted by the 2021 floods. It is also a region that has been a pioneer, a front runner, if you like, with the climate laws and having the kind of regulatory fundamental legislative basis for facilitating action. Victor, could you share with us some of your experience, the challenges, but also, what helped in the rebuilding efforts of North Rhine-Westphalia when the floods occurred? And what do you think was the value added of the climate law in that particular context?
Okay. First, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and first many thanks from my side for the invitation, which I was very happy to accept. The mission Adaptation and today's third forum is a unique opportunity to engage in international exchange, and I was able to take part in the first forum 2 years ago. And it is a great to see that the mission is gaining momentum, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. And you mentioned the flood of 2021, and indeed it was a great shock for us in North Rhine-Westphalia. 49 people from North Rhine-Westphalia lost their lives in the devastating floods 3 years ago. And we had a damage of 13 billion euros. And remember the relation, the commissioner mentioned €1 and 14 euros. So we had a damage of 13 billion euros in North Rhine-Westphalia. It is certainly not possible to prevent all the consequences of events like these. However, we must not fall into a heavy rain dementia and pretend that it was a one-off event. It can happen everywhere again and again, and just the last days we had many heavy rains in Germany and in our region, so as well as here. It has certainly been a wake-up call, and even if it is sometimes not easy in view of many other challenges, we try to keep up the political momentum and work hard to prepare our federal state for the coming decades. We use a lot of different instruments to ensure that we get off lightly the next time. We need sufficient retention areas and renaturation of our rivers. We need to transform our cities and regions into sponge cities and sponge landscapes that can absorb the retain rainwater and makes it available again in time of drought. We are trying to avoid rebuilding in areas at risk of flooding wherever possible, while at the same time we must designate new building land without neglecting the future consequences of the climate crisis. This is no easy task, especially in areas with little open space. We are also investing heavily in modern warning systems, disaster prevention, and the protection of critical infrastructure. This is undoubtedly a task that will take many decades. But we don't want a quick fix, we want a sustainable solution. And actually there's a major debate in Germany about mandatory natural hazard insurance instead of spontaneous ad hoc state aid. Long-term risk prevention should take the form of compulsory insurance. We still need to make progress here and need a nationwide regulation that works fairly and in the spirit of solidarity. In general, North Rhine-Westphalia is the largest and most populous federal state in Germany. Our climate adaptation activities must, of course, address all climate impacts, whether heavy rainfall, heat waves, or drought events, as well as creeping damages that are coming. And a holistic approach is required to ensure that no one can ignore the topic of climate adaptation. It is of great importance that it finds its way into the mainstream at all administrative levels. In 2021, we therefore passed the first Climate Adaptation Act at state level, providing clarity to the governance level. This includes the task of developing a comprehensive climate adaptation strategy, setting up a monitoring system and an advisory board for climate adaptation. According to the law, the effects of the climate crisis must now be taken into account in all public planning and decisions. And since 2023, we have a national act of climate adaptation, and we are a little bit proud that we have been a little bit the role model for this national climate adaptation act. In NRW and North Rhine-Westphalia, there are now also various suitable contact points for climate adaptation for anyone who wants to take action. We have set up an advice center for local authorities where they can find all the information and options they need to increase the climate resilience of their cities or municipality. For some years now, we have also been increasingly focusing on the private sector. We have established a network for climate adaptation and business which connects companies that are affected themselves, as well as those that declare climate adaptation solutions and services to be their business model and offer corresponding products. We call it climate adaptation economy, which we are supporting in a targeted manner and which becoming increasingly important to ensure that we actually succeeded in urgently needed transformation. Maybe in North Rhine-Westphalia, and we may not be yet on a fast track, but we are definitely no longer stuck in the traffic jam. So, thank you.
Excellent. Really important takeaways in all that you said. I think that the kind of rebuilding and avoiding risk exposure as we move forward is also something that we really need to put a lot of focus on. It would be irresponsible for us to repeat the mistakes over and over again. And that requires, again, that there is the kind of right incentives from the insurance sector as well, but also from the financiers that will insist that there is some type of stress testing of projects from the outset of the development. And that's one of the kind of tragedies of time horizons, is that the business case for adaptation is quite difficult to make, because the actions in this area are very often about avoidance of future damages. So that €1 versus €14 is very difficult to verify on the bottom line on a year-on-year basis. And I think that's where this kind of public-private partnership, in order to crowd in the private financing, is really important. What I also find really fascinating, and I think we try to get to that point in our risk management communication, is that the kind of business opportunity, the adaptation economy, as you referred to, and I'm going to borrow that concept, because this is not just a problem for the EU, it's a global problem. And we have been ahead of the curve in developing technologies to deal with the consequences of climate change. We have a very vibrant SME sector with lots of kind of intelligence tools and others that could be usefully brought into a market proposition. And I think that's something that we need to look at as we move on with the new priorities, which will no doubt include European competitiveness and so forth. But I know in the afternoon session we will unpack the issue of financing much more in detail, but I think it is very intertwined with our topic as well. Now, in terms of kind of anticipating the risks, in terms of preparing the building sector, the infrastructure and everything, of course, these risk assessments come to picture. And Eva, the European Environment Agency, you kind of instigated this report. You were our partner in crime on the Commission side, because we kind of sequenced everything together. Risk assessment, Commission risk management, communication. And we did that for a purpose. We really wanted to get the political attention ahead of the elections, so that the findings from the risk assessment and the messages from our risk management communication would feed into and inform the identification of the priorities for the next Commission. Now, Eva, what do you think have been the impacts or the effects of the risk assessment so far? And what are the key sectors? Where do we have the greatest vulnerabilities in terms of climate impact?
Thank you, Elina, and good morning, everybody. I think having listened to the speakers who already spoke, the climate risk assessment has been mentioned by pretty much all, and I think it says a lot. So when we set out to do this together, the Commission and the European Environment Agency, it was to make sure that there was an understanding in our society of what is it that we can expect that will be coming. So what is it we need to adapt to, and what does it mean if we don't mitigate more than we are at the moment? A lot of my messages has actually already been mentioned, but I think it really underlines how much interest there has been in this product. It is like about 400 pages, but we have never published anything that have had this amount of interest. So it has really been referred to in enormous amounts of time. I hope what it can do is that it can underline what it is that we need to be prepared for and what it is our society need to be prepared for. One of the main messages in the report is that we are not in Europe prepared for what is coming, and we are not able to keep up with the accelerating climate change that are coming. And therefore, it is really an area where we need to work together. It also has a concept of ownership. Ownership is not a legal responsibility, but it means who are the ones who can take the decisions that are needed to be prepared as a society. And the message is also that most of the risks actually need to be looked at both the EU level, member state level, regional level, local level. So it really is a massive piece of work that we need to do together. So what is it then that we need to be preparing for? The Paris Agreement says 1.5 degrees. The Copernicus Services of Europe came out a month ago and said that 2023 we are already on 1.5 degrees. So that means that we are now where we hope to be able to stop. It also says quite clearly what came as a surprise when the report came out, but is now clearly what everybody refers to, namely that Europe warms twice as fast as the rest of the world on average. So we are really in a place where we need to do a lot. It also states that if we don't mitigate more than we are doing now, so if we just continue out of the track we are on, then we might end up with around 7 degrees warming in this century. So it's really a big task where we need to combine the mitigation effort and the adaptation effort to make our societies ready for what is coming. So therefore, this discussion that Elina is also referring to, which is how do we then say, now we did the green stuff, let's move on to something else. I think this is what paints reality is, that we are working on it, we are doing a lot, but a lot more needs to be done. How does all this then links into the mission? I think what we at the EU level and from the Environment Agency can do is to provide the information that needs to inform the investments and priorities that needs to be done on a local level and regional level. And for that, we have worked closely with the Commission, both with the mission, but also in other areas. And so that not everybody have to sit down and read through the 400 pages. It is a very digitalized solution. We have a platform called Climate Adapt, where most of our knowledge are provided, and a part of that is the mission portal. And on that you can also go in and see what is most relevant for my region, because the message is that everywhere in Europe there will be climate change, and it will be coming with big risks, but the risks are quite different from area to area. So what you can do is to go and see what does it mean for your area, and what are the solutions for that done in other areas. So it's also a learning from each other exercise, where there's an opportunity to see what has others done on this.
Thanks very much, Eva. And I think some of the numbers that you refer to, like the 7 degrees, it's pretty intimidating. And it's true that many people today feel rather overwhelmed, even disempowered or defeated by the impacts of climate change and the urgency and everything that happens. And I think it's important to separate kind of scaremongering from kind of addressing the reality as it is, and then doing something about it. And that's the business I think we as regulators and expert organizations, financiers, and as local and regional actors need to be in. The business of can do, okay? The situation has changed, but we can do something about it, because we owe it to our stakeholders, and we owe it to ourselves. I mean, there is no point in drawing into this desperation, but really drawing energy from each other, from the community, from the collaboration and the networks that we can create. I am now going to turn to our digital guest, the big head in the room, if you like. And by the way, Francois, you're looking impeccable, so no worries. I know Cass was maybe stressing you out a little bit, but yes, we do like you in our company. It would be good to hear from you how Hauts-de-France is strategically planning for the restructuring efforts in face of the recent climate effects, and what kind of tangible, practical, operational lessons you've drawn from your experience in the region in terms of also preparing for future eventualities, because as Victor was saying earlier, this is no longer once in a decade or once in 2 decennials, but it is becoming increasingly predictable.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry that I have to talk to you digitally as I could not come to Brussels this morning, and I will have also to go and talk to the some of our partners. But I wanted to comment on what Victor just said. Actually, what happened to us just a few months ago is that we really experienced the regularity of those events because we had floods during 3 weeks in our town in November. And we were just starting about working on the consequences of those floods on our houses, our public infrastructures, and we had a second flood coming in January. So it's not a matter of a decade, of half a century. It was just a matter of a few weeks, and it had a very particular and very brutal and strong impact on the psychology of our inhabitants. So they were expecting a lot of answers. They expect the government and the local authorities to be really, really working well together. But when you were saying about we need more collaboration, I would like to say that we need more collaboration between the various levels of governance. Between the local authorities, the national governments in the EU, but we have also to work better in association with the citizens. You may know that the French president asked me to draft a report on what is experienced, all the good practices in the Netherlands and in Belgium, to see whether those good practices could help us also to influence our new policies. And I was very impressed by the fact that in the Netherlands, there is a network of 4,000 citizens helping the authorities to control the safety of the infrastructures, helping to manage the water flows and to prevent the floods. That means simply that 4,000 inhabitants are really partners. They can also develop a culture of what it means, water management. And so we should think also about associating more the citizens. So about your question, we're working on this governance to reform the way we're going to associate the various levels. We're going to create a new structure that will ensure a good cooperation, because we need to ensure that what we're doing at one side of one river will not destroy the safety measures that are taken by another side on lower on the river. But we need also, and this is one of the lessons of this mission in the Netherlands and in Belgium, we need also to import also the climate change impact in all our policies, in our special planning. We have to better take into consideration the soil, the nature of the soil. This is something that we're going to change. But we need also to have some structure to be vigilant on a permanent basis. And this is something that the Netherlands have created with the commission, the Delta Commissioner. Sorry, I'm going to stop for a while.
That's okay, Francois. I would offer you a glass of water, but you're unfortunately virtually participating. But I see you've been supplied for, so very good. Just give us a little nod in your head when you're ready to go. Ooh. This is where you don't escape. You're very big on the screen. So please continue, Francois.
No, I was mentioning the initiative that was taken by the Netherlands in the beginning of the years 2010, when they created the new function of the commission, the Delta Commissioner.
Yeah.
Basically, the Delta Commissioner is appointed by the government for a key role, is to keep the investments to prevent water floodings on a very regular basis. So it's kind of monitoring of all the actions taken by the government, by the local, the regional water authorities, to ensure that we keep on working all the time, because now we are obviously in a turmoil. We just knew those floodings in November and January. So the Prime Minister comes every month. The Minister in charge of environment comes every 2 weeks. But in 1 year, 2 years, hopefully we will forget about this, the shock that were those 2 periods of floodings. But we need to keep on working during those periods. So to have also this capacity of maintaining the effort on a long-term basis, this is really something that need also to have a different positioning, not in an everyday operational task, but also to have a kind of surveillance on the long term. And that is also why I think the mission has a tremendous role on an EU basis, is also to keep us always working on these issues, because obviously for a government, a local authority, everyday basis piece of work can really put us on other issues, whereas we know that if we don't do the works, if we just forget about this in 1, 2 or 5 years, then we may regret that fully. So this is really what I wanted to say, is really, I fully agree that we have to reform the governance, but we have to associate the citizens. We need to really import the long-term impact of the climate change in all our policies and on spatial planning, namely. But we need also to have this capacity to keep our attention on this. And this is really a specific role, and the mission has a dedicated role on that too.
Thanks so much, Francois, and very, very good points there as well. This citizen engagement, citizen involvement, I think this will be a reoccurring theme as we move along. Because, of course, regulators or policymakers or administrators at all different levels, they don't serve themselves, they do serve the citizen. And if what we do doesn't add value to the citizen, then we're really missing the point. I think you were also talking very much about the longevity, the active risk management, but not forgetting one occurrence, but thinking about things in the long term. And I think the climate adaptation mission, which has these resilience pathways support and has this CLIMAX modeling available for the signatory regions, offers a lot of good, valuable tools in that sense. And I think it's worthwhile to see how those can be picked up then by the regions in their daily work, also in terms of that, very important, longevity and institutional memory that has to be sustained as the climate impacts continue to occur. Now, there's been quite a few examples picked from the Netherlands. Victor was mentioning the German National Act as well. And, as a regulator, I always like strong legislative basis for action. And it would be good to hear from the Spanish example as well. You have a climate law. You're also one of the member states most exposed for the negative consequences of climate change. The water shocks and shortages have been headlines everywhere in Europe. Could you, Valvanera, elaborate a little bit on how the Spanish climate change laws provisions that are aimed specifically at reducing vulnerability to the impacts, how are these then translated into the regional adaptation strategies? And what's the interplay? What's the dialogue between the regional and national level that you have seen taking place? Over to you, Valvanera.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Let me start by congratulate also the Environmental Agency and the Commission for both materials. I think that UCRIT and communication are key right now and very timely in those days, and reinforce the idea that the green policies and the climate policies need to be move forward. We cannot pause the green agenda. On the other hand, we need to talk more with sector, talk more with society, and try to reinforce, this agenda that brings benefits to all the community and brings also benefits for the industry and our society in Europe. So thank you for the materials. We are using them, and they are very, very convenient right now heading the elections. On the questions and on the mechanisms, I'm totally agree with you that we need a solid legal basis on our national law. What we did is to put adaptation at the same level of importance of mitigation. There is more than one title devotes to the adaptation policies. We also established the framework for planning and programming based on the national adaptation plans, as many of you. But we put added value to this national adaptation plan. It's an adaptation plan based on the scientific evidence, but also aiming to solve the social and the other transversal aspect of the adaptation, like cross-border and so on and so on. So had added value in order to make understandable to the regions and also to the citizens that it is useful. It's good for creating this adaptation framework for investment that I think that is very necessary, and also to make it for the private sector. So we try to break the silos, from the common approach of the adaptation planning. We also try to change the perspective that mitigation is in one side and adaptation is on the other side of the response to the challenge. We try to make synergies and to prioritize those projects or those legislations and regulations that cover both, that are the ones that more mitigates and the one that is better for the adaptative focus. We also work with the different sectoral risk for us, that the ones that are very, very tricky for Spain. And we also mandated at a low level. So we mandated to have a national risk assessment that we have already started based on UCRA. Thank you, Eva, and all the knowledge that we have in Spain. It will be added value for the next work program of the National Adaptation Plan. So we'll inform the next adaptation plan. We'll also have this social vision that we think is very, very important for specifically for the vulnerable communities, not only for the common or the whole society, but specifically for the vulnerable communities in the regions that are really be impacted by droughts or by heavy floods. And we also try to make that in coordination with the autonomous regions, because we are a decentralized government, and we are in continuous coordination with them. We have political commissions in which ministries and the regions are represented, but we have also technical working programs in which we really exchange views and we really be sincere enough in order to plan, at national and regional level. So we are happy to say that most of the regions in Spain have already passed a national, regional climate law, and also they have also passed, adaptation plans. So it is important, the continuous coordination. It is important to revisit and rebuild, all the criteria that we believe that they are the right ones through the risk assessment and through the needs that the communities will have. It is also very important to have a common understanding on how to prioritize those risks and how to put resources, human resources, but also financial resources there. And in relation to that, I think one of the lessons that we have learned that is important for the mission, and I would like to end it up with that, this first intervention, is that it is important to complement. I think that we are very grateful to the mission. We also talk a lot, with our regions and our citizens with these two missions, cities and adaptation missions, that really needs to find the synergies together. But it is important to remember that this intervention from the mission should not be disconnected from the governance systems that are already been established, because they are built on a long efforts from many regionals and national authorities. It's also based and adapted to the local culture and the culture needs, and the needs that at local and regional level aren't really necessary. And we need not to break that. We need to build on that, to reinforce what it works, and to respect the structures that are. So in short, we are not blank books right now on adaptation. We all made big efforts on that, so try to build upon that and to complementary in order to have, the most efficient mission as possible.
Thanks, and I think that's a really important point, and I definitely take that as a mission manager. We've been trying to work here in Brussels to really reinforce the synergies between the city mission and the adaptation mission, because we simply cannot afford to duplicate. There's so much ground to cover, and it should really be something, our actions should always be based on complementarity, and where we can, we should build from the strength of what the local authorities already have in place and really facilitate the interaction between. And this was earlier brought up by Francois. It's really important to make sure that action in one area does not cause disruption in another area. The risk assessment refers to maladaptation. There can be also malpractices in how we deploy our, good intentions. So I think that's a super important point, and we have to be honest in these conversations as well. Speaking of honesty, I know someone who's really honest and courageous, Connie Hedegaard. When I first became a manager, you were my commissioner, and now I have the pleasure to work with you in your capacity as the board chairperson of the board for the mission adaptation. You've had so many different high-profile roles in government, in media, politics, everything. And you've seen the journey of kind of adaptation as a file. What has changed in your perspective? And what do you think the mission adaptation can add in terms of value? And having observed the journey for the first 3 years, where do you think we're heading?
It's great to be here, Elena, and congratulations with having organized all this together with the Belgian presidency. When you say what has changed, now you said I was honest, so I could say not enough. Because somehow it is amazing that we sit here in 2024 and all the speakers have said, oh, we must mainstream climate change and adaptation into everything we do. And friends, those of us who are here, we know we should have done that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And that is basically also, Elena, part of the reason why we have the mission. Because that was exactly this recognition, realization that, okay, if Europe continues with its traditional pace, a lot of good forces out there doing their very best, but too many people, too many regions, too many municipalities with not too big staffs would have to start and reinvent things from scratch. We will not become the resilient society in Europe that we want to be. And exactly as we just heard also, it's not to take over, obviously not to take over the adaptation efforts, but to complement what is already there, to really use best practice. And I would be the first to admit, wow, it took a long time to get the mission really up running, having things ready that you can really use. I think it's interesting that so many of you, I could see that you had your hands up, that you really come from the regions. You can see that there's something in it for you. It took a while, but now we have the technology maps. Now we had the friends communicating whatever they are doing. Now there is the outreach to citizens. And there is a huge collection of best practices. And as you mentioned just now, Elena, also a stronger focus on how can we create a tool so that when you sit out there having to do things specifically, that you avoid maladaptation, that you yourself can self-assess, oh, I'm on a wrong trajectory here, maybe there's a smarter way to do it. So that is now the structures there. And when you ask, Elena, what should be the next steps? Well, there's still a lot of awareness raising to be done and outreach. But I really do think that now it's also up to you and the regions to use all the knowledge, all the facts, all the solutions that are there. There's things we are also doing and should be doing. I know that you're going to discuss finance in the next panel, but I just think it should be mentioned, has already been mentioned. It's extremely important. This, I noticed that what got the most hits here in the slide on number 3 was collaboration across all government levels. But that also goes for the financing thing. A lot of financial insight. Of course, it's not primarily with an environmental department or climate department out in a region. So how can we also, in collaboration with the European Investment Bank, build up capacity, help you to shortcut to exactly where can I access some private money that can sort of be used when I come with some regional money or some taxpayers' money. So that's one thing. And I think that also this cooperation between policy levels, it sounds so self-evident and nice and easy. And all of us who have been in politics just know it's the most difficult thing to change the way we have organized ourselves, the way we cooperate, as you said, across silos, but also between policy levels. And I would hope that one of the things that where we can contribute also for the next mandate in the EU, that I know that you are sitting there preparing now, obviously, but that would be, could it be easier, for instance, for the regional level to access some of the money that is actually there in Europe? And good forces are working on that. It's easier said than done, but I really think that there is something there that we should look into. And just 2 final things. We are working, you mentioned, with the City mission. Already there was a joint meeting back in December between the 2 missions. And here next month, the 2 boards from the City mission and the mission on adaptation will meet in order to make sure that we are not working in silos, that we are sort of trying to have a coherent system also when you are approaching us, that we are doing it in the smartest possible way. Elena, if you will allow me just one final thing. Now we heard from our French friend about sort of the citizens' engagement. 3 weeks from now, a new parliament will be elected. And I think it's for the first time in many elections that you will hear voices, also nationally in our different member states, arguing that now we should stop climate policies. Now we should focus on defense and on security and industrial competitiveness, as if that is also not related to what we are talking about today, resilience. Who do you believe will pay the biggest price if we are not becoming a resilient continent? That would be the citizens who will be worst off, who are the most vulnerable in our societies. And it may, I don't know if it's pertinent in this context, but I just think that when we talk about awareness and making finance ministries and citizens and everybody understand that now it's time really to adapt to climate change, it is quite important that these voices are being heard over the next 3 weeks, because it took so many years to get us to where we are now that everyone is starting to understand why this is important. But honestly, I feel the backlash, it's coming, it can accelerate, and it's never the most sexy thing for a politician who wants to be elected to say, I think we should do something with our sewage systems or change the way we grow our crops or our water systems. It's difficult and it's getting more challenging now politically, but I think it's extremely important to be vocal about that. And that's why outreach also is very much a part of the mission, but also convening you here in order to spread not just the facts and the solutions, but also hopefully a common awareness still why we need to communicate these things.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, I think we can all give a round of applause. I'm, at AVE, and I have to say that many of those themes are very disturbing as well, because, the green backlash, the fact that somehow our agenda is seen to work against industrial competitiveness, where it's at the very core of industrial competitiveness. So I think it's very important for us as a community working on resilience and adaptation to talk about, we are also working to protect that resilience. We're working to protect competitiveness, because if you have a business that's exposed to the negative impacts of climate change, be it through the supply chains disruptions or be it through floods in the storage rooms or whatever, you're really compromising your ability to be a market player. So there is a strong economic case, and in fact they had the economic forecast for Europe published last week, and there they talk about natural capital. So it's true, these matters, they are becoming embedded into the macroeconomic thinking. European Central Bank talks about it a lot. EIB, I know, has really stepped up its efforts, and again we'll hear more about that later. What I suggest we do, we still go through another set of questions, because I've got a set of questions for you. We spent just 3 minutes on the second set of questions so that we leave space for the audience, because there will be a possibility for you to put in questions for the panelists. And I think it will be super important to get you guys engaged with the audience, who are indeed the most important people in the room, as they will be then running with the actions moving forward. Would that be agreeable to the panelists? Then I will be boringly going in the same order I did before. And I will start with Victor. And we heard from you about the benefits of the climate law and the kind of interplay between national and regional level and some of the actions that you've taken. Now I'd like to zoom in on the missions a little bit. You are also one of the German regions who has signed the mission charter and committed to the mission on adaptation. From your perspective, what was the motivator? What made you participate, and what are your expectations also from this initiative? And additionally, it would be good if you could talk a little bit about the broader European policies and how they are perceived today, even with the green backlash and so forth, to have relevance to the citizen. Victor.
Yes, first, let me underline twice what Connie said of the election in several weeks. We all know how important it is for the development in Europe and for the resilience we need, and what we have to do in the next years. And so we just can't, we can do and underline this. And to your question, even though a lot has already been achieved in many regions and great progress is gradually being made, I think we are still in a kind of a test phase in terms of how we want to implement climate adaptation in the administration. We are all currently finding out what works well, how we can best work together with the various implementation stakeholders and get climate adaptation into mainstream. This is a natural part of the process in such a relatively new field of political action as climate adaptation. So we are still searching for the best governance in all levels, and this makes exchange and networking and of course collaborating of all the more important. Existing knowledge should definitely be shared and experiences is exchanged. We may find different climatic conditions in various European regions, but there are certainly parallels and similar problems that need to be overcome. We heard it just this morning. Learning about creative solutions from other regions can motivate us and allow us to think outside the box. The mission adaptation and today's forum area are a unique opportunity for this, and we as a federal state did not have to think long about whether we wanted to sign the mission. Of course, support from the European Union in the area of climate adaptation is also crucial for us. North Rhine-Westphalia has already made extensive use of EU funding in recent years. We have used major funding programs like the European Regional Development Fund and the EU REACT Fund to increase climate resilience in North Rhine-Westphalia. This gives us a tailwind and enables us to offer extensive financial support to the several actors. Our cities and municipalities in particular have benefited greatly in recent years. We were able to provide broad-based support that, for instance, led to the planting of trees, unsealing measures, creation of retention areas, and the promotion of renaturalization. Sorry. We have focused in particular on the conversion of public spaces, schools, and daycare centers so that they can be transformed into more climate-resilient places. This funding has always been in great demand in the municipalities. We are currently working on a new comprehensive climate adaptation strategy for North Rhine-Westphalia and are also referring to the EU strategy. The various adaptation strategy should also be interlinked. The mission can help to ensure that we are not all working at cross purposes, but are heading in similar directions. Ultimately, the mission adaptation helps us to keep up to date with current developments, to learn about new approaches in other regions, and also to exchange for our own ideas. For example, we are currently preparing an international trade fair-like event on climate adaptation economy, the so-called Resilience Expo. And the Expo will be the first international venue for exchange and networking on climate adaptation needs and solutions. Once the planning is more concrete, we are very much looking forward to inviting all supporters, although you are all invited, of the mission, and using this valuable channel to promote the event and hopefully welcome many climate adaptation experts from all over Europe to NRW very soon. I hope next year we want to start with our Resilience Expo in one of our most damaged regions because of the lignite. And it was the same region. Now it was damaged by the flood. And in this region, we want to put up the expo, and we would be happy if you are coming to North Rhine-Westphalia. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Victor. It's interesting that you refer to a Resilience Expo. And thank you for the invitation as well, by the way. But what we find that particularly when talking with businesses or industry, if you talk about adaptation, that they switch off. But if you talk about active risk management, if you talk about resilience, if you talk about preparedness, that's the language that really resonates with them. So there's a lot to be said about terminology and what words we use with the different interlocutors. And that can really make quite a big difference. Now, we'll come back to you, I'm sure, with the questions that you can enter on Slido and bring those into the attention of our very capable panelists. And please challenge them, provoke them. I think that's part of making the exchanges interactive and interesting. So I'm going over to Eva, as I promised, chronological, or not chronological, but predictable order. And I will want to unpack a little bit the EEA's role beyond just the UCRA. And maybe you can tell a little bit concretely about, you mentioned the Climate Adapt platform, you mentioned some of the kind of interactive ways that you've made the risk assessments available. What's your experience in working with the regions? What kind of feedback do you get from them? How do you think we need to evolve as we move forward, as the challenges grow? And how do you think these different activities of the EEA interact then with the EU policies in the regions?
I think that we have tried to, what we have moved into a lot more than we used to do is to what I will call the solutions area. So not just what are the risks and what do we know about climate change and where we are going, but also what can we actually do about it. And I spoke about the risk assessment that we published recently, and that was then fairly quickly followed by a report on urban adaptation and one on health and adaptation. So what we are doing is to collect both from the regions but also from the member states. The EEA is a network institution, so we are an EU agency, but all the member states and actually also quite a few other countries are members in the EEA. And what we do is to ensure that the countries use these forums called IONET to talk to each other about what do they actually do in the countries and learn from each other. I think what has also been clear, and now I'm taking a bit of a detour, but I think it links quite a bit with what have been said by others, is that the areas that we are looking at where there are most risks in the coming time is very much linked to the other relevant policy areas that we are looking at. So energy security is on top of the list, food security is on top of the list, general security. It's also about our ecosystems, about our infrastructure, and something like human health is a really big factor here. So it's not just floods and heat, but it's also new diseases and other issues. So I think mentioning that how much these issues goes into what are on top of the policy agenda issues are actually quite important. And the last one I want to mention is the European solidarity mechanisms, where when we were halfway through last year, there were no more funds left because we had member states with really, really severe climate situations. We had a member state that lost approximately 10% of their GDP because of floodings in the country. So the social and the solidarity part of the EU will also be challenged by this. So it is an opportunity to talk to each other about the solutions, but we will also make sure that we compile the case studies, which will be different from place to place, but also, as you said, although it's different, there's still quite a bit to be learned from each other, and that can be like building codes. How is the building codes necessary? What kind of diseases? How do you have a plan on health that can help you in how you move forward? And everything from like information campaigns on heat, alarm systems, and so forth. So I think what we are trying to do is to compile that in a way where it's digital and easy to find, and then also linking to the mission portal, but also the health observatory and other digital places that we compile the knowledge that we get from you. So it's an ecosystem where we provide some information and you provide then back the good case stories, and then everybody help each other to make sure that the knowledge is used out there.
Excellent, thanks so much, and thanks for mentioning the health observatory. I think looking at the risk assessment, health, our sector activities there is one of the policy areas that is most behind, but also is most exposed to the negative consequences of climate change. So I'm really happy we're working together on the Health Observatory, and that this priority is being recognized increasingly. And there we have some pretty scary data as well from, I think, 2022. There were like 70,000 heat-related deaths in addition to normal just within Europe. And that's a significant number. So action in those areas and talking to the sector experts is super important. You were talking about case studies, building a repository of good practices, moving forward. And I'd like to go back to François, who has escaped us from the screen, but I hope is still online, no longer online. Okay. Because I wanted to unpack more on kind of cross-border learning, sharing of best practices, and maybe I'll surprise Valvanera by putting this question to her as well. In addition to looking at the investment area, because Spain is home to very few very important investments and efforts to develop climate digital solutions. So it would be really good to hear from you. There's so much talk about AI and new technologies and harnessing those to serve the big challenges of the globe. What do you think of that? What's your experience? And then if you can also share a few thoughts on these case studies and cross-border learning, because I know Spain is active in engaging with the different regions, between the regions, and also beyond its own borders. Valvanera.
Thank you for the question. And yes, we are of the opinion, and we thought that from the very beginning on our thinkings, how to learn things, the adaptation agenda to people, and how to make them be part also of the solutions. And we see that public administrations cannot limit themselves to saying to the rest of the stakeholders what they should do. We need also to provide tools, instruments, in order, to make them part of the solution and take up in the adaptation solution. So. We work with that vision, and we are modest compared to others. We are modest, but we try to do our best. And when we think in our resources, we first think, of course, on financial resources, but there are other important elements to work with. One of the things that we miss is that people don't really know the risks. So to react to the risk, to react to the impacts, you need to know, how these effects and how these risks, will impact your business, your territory, your house, your investments, and so on and so on. So one of the projects that we are very, very proud of is the Adapteca. It's a big platform, it's a big community of different stakeholders in which we work with regions, but also with the academics, the investors, and with all the stakeholders that wanted not only to get information, but also to support the platform with and contribute with information, from their experience. So in this platform, that it's our huge experiment on sharing knowledge and sharing also solutions. We have the adaptation, the Adapteca scenarios viewer, in which a non-scientific user, and I can be honestly say that it's easier to use because I'm very, very bad with digital and with information. You can make queries about the scenarios and the projections in your region, and you receive answers that are pretty easier to understand, and that helps you to see what will be the impacts that you will receive in your territories, in your ports, or in wherever. So the answer can be both cartographic and graphical, and you can play with that. So that is really useful because you empower people and you make them understand how risky it will be if we don't react, and also give them the opportunity to ask to the regulators and to ask to the policy makers what we need to put on the table for the next legislative process. Also, we have a high-resolution impact viewer on our coast because it's very impacted. This is a work that we made hand in hand with the regions. They are the one implementing that, and it's very useful to inform these national plans that we have already mentioned that they are putting in place. They look at the critical infrastructures at the coast. And they also put the solutions. So I think that also adaptation need to look at the opportunities and the solution, not only at the risk. Also put the solutions, on how to build back better. That is a principle that we must follow in our next rebuilding infrastructure, especially the ones very close to the coast. And the good news here is that we have received very, very good acceptation for the citizens. So they really right now understand that they cannot build again, the infrastructures in the same place because they will be, flooded again, and they are asking for that. So that's incredible because it's costly, and you need the citizens on your side in order to be brave and to be courage, to do it in a different way. So I think that it's important to give this kind of tools. We also are using the next generation funds to have climate services on prototypes for agriculture, for health, for energy sector, in order in that way to give more ad hoc solutions. So we are going to the micromanagement of the digital tools in order to give ad hoc solutions to the impacted sector. So that's what I can say on our digital experience. I think that it's important, one lesson that we have learned, it is very important to have a backup governance system that helps and to give continuity to the tools. And also, if I may, let me end with this social aspect again of the mission. So the lesson also learned for the mission is that recall the social aspect that you reinforced very much at the beginning, and that is crucial, that every stakeholders have the knowledge and the instruments to be empowered to work on the right direction.
Thanks. Very, very interesting. And by the way, I myself undersign completely the intimidation of the digital tools sometimes, and I'm afraid that also exists at regional and local level. So sometimes, climate science and the information, it's a world of paradoxes, because there's too little and then there's too much information. And how to make that accessible, how to make that speak and work for the policymaker or the regional authority, local authority, in a way that actually is relevant to their work, is one of the big challenges. And we also note that in our risk management communication. And it's also very much something that we want to address through the work of the mission adaptation and working together with EEA and others, the accessibility of these support tools. I'm going to go back to Connie now as the last organized panelist, and then we'll go to the questions that hopefully have been already put online. You have the Slido at your disposal. Connie, we talked about the elections, upcoming things, that there is this kind of backlash towards Green Deal and climate agenda perhaps, but there's still quite a bit of support for the risk assessment. Like the reaction from all the parties, independent of their political affiliation, has been very encouraging. Now there's a risk somehow that climate adaptation and resilience and preparedness would be pitched against mitigation, reducing CO2 emissions. How do you think, based on your experience, that we can make the case and pursue both adaptation and mitigation action in complementary way? And what could be the political messages in that space?
I think the core message must be that mitigation and adaptation, they are like this. I mean, it hangs together. And there is sort of, the less we mitigate, the more you have to invest in adaptation, but they are mutually dependent on each other. And I just think, relating to that last part of your question and what you said, Valvanera, that if you as a citizen, if you have been flooded 3 times in 5 years, or as a small company and you had to close your business for 2 weeks, how do we think that impacts people's trust in the whole system? I'm just saying that because we are now seeing polarization in many of our member states. And I think if we don't get this right and also prepare and have this resilience, we will just see even more of that. But just to a couple of examples very briefly, how these things are coupled together. In many of our countries, we discuss what to do with agriculture. We need what to do with food production. But their adaptation and mitigation, it goes hand in hand. I mean, we have to be more mindful of where do we use what kind of water for what kind of crops. It's much, much more water consuming to produce 1 kilo of beef compared to 1 kilo of vegetables. Okay, that spills into mitigation, but it's also a question of adaptation when we construct the next cup, when we, not the next cup, but the next cap. but I mean, this is just one example. And that also, we have not mentioned behavior, but that also goes into the behavioral part, that we have to do things differently also in order to adapt things. But I think to show some of these connections between things. Last example, biofuels. Some people say, is that not good if we're going to be less energy dependent from Russia? We must have more biofuels. Yes, but that is very water consuming. Is that really a good idea, or should we use these resources for other things? So, Elina, I think what we need to do is to make some of the ways things are hanging together a bit more visible when we talk about solutions. And it's true, we have been discussing and focusing on mitigation very much in Europe for very good reasons. But I think if we could have economic models and very tangible examples where we can show that it is possible to hit more flies with one tool. We can do both mitigation and adaptation, but then adaptation has to get into our whole planning, our political strategizing. And I think if we are smart, then there is also a way there to communicate to the part of the citizens who are not so keen on the mitigation side, but they will understand why we need to become a more resilient society.
Thanks. I think that's absolutely true. They are, necessary complements. Also, simply because there are limits to how much resilience we can build in a 7-degree world. And there are very difficult and complex policy trade-offs, because indeed, one way of doing things may be beneficial in one area, but actually cause more damage than good in another. So those interconnections need to be very carefully considered when pursuing policies. So a lot of homework and responsibility to all of us.
Maybe it's one area where AI could actually help us shortcut.
I hope you're right. I hope that's the positive way for the future. I think there has been an opportunity for these questions that I have promised, and I would ask colleagues now to bring up if there has been any questions already taken on. We have some good 10 minutes to go through a couple of questions, and I will be putting them to the panelists. I will ask for very tweet-like replies so that we get maximum input. And I would at this point really welcome the questions on the screen, if I can. Okay, let's start. What does the EC consider as being resilient by 2050 concretely? Okay, I'm going to park that because that's maybe for me. Will more climate risk assessment be conducted in the future? Eva, a tweet-like answer.
Whether we'll do more risk assessments?
Yeah.
The risk assessment actually has its outset in the European climate law, and therefore, yes, there will be probably around every 5 years a new risk assessment. If we will do it exactly the same way, probably not, because this one we had around 2 years to do, but it has been a really comprehensive piece of work. So there will be more, but we will try and talk to the people who are the main users on what it is they would like to see in a next risk assessment. So what else is there? And will it also say more about what is being resilient by 2050? Yes, that is probably the case, because, as I said, we are moving more and more into what I will call the solution space. So what does a resilient society look like is definitely something that could be a bigger part of a next risk assessment.
Good, thanks. Very tweet-like. Then there's a question relating to the involvement of private sector in adaptation. Who are the important partners and what should they do? And I'd like to put that to Valvanera, Connie and Victor in that order, if I may. So Valvanera, okay. Private sector.
Private sector. I think that it's very related for what Connie have already said. We need to explain all the energy sector, the infrastructure sector, the agriculture sector, that to be resilient and to have a secure business in the future, they need to integrate the climate scenario, and they need to make, projects that are resilient for those data. So, first of all, I think that we need to share a lot of knowledge. that we also need to work with them. We have experiences with the energy sector and also with the water management sector in Spain, because they are crucial for us, and they understand perfectly that they need to be resilient to the impact because their business are at risk at this point of time. How to invest on that and how to complement the additional money that is needed. I think that here also the insurance sector has a very important role to play in many areas. And we as policymakers, we need to be coherent with the public budgets.
Yeah.
I think that is not only a question of a number, 30 or 50% of our budget should be climate proof. I think that is a question of how we make, the public calls, how we help, to put criteria that help, the private sector to invest more in advance and to be more prepared, and working with this public money in a good way to be climate proofing, and also to prioritize, the needs that we have in different countries. We have to prioritize, of course, water, agriculture, and energy as key sectors, but we need to work with all the rest.
Thanks so much. Connie?
I think that things has changed a little bit because earlier we said adaptation, that is very difficult to have private investors there, and it's changing. I also think that taxonomy has played a nice role there. But I really think, as you said, insurance companies, pension funds, I can see in Denmark, pension funds, they would like to go into climate-adapted infrastructure projects that fits very well with the long-term strategies that they have. But I can answer that brief because I know in the next session, EIB will tell you something about how they can also help regions to connect to the right private partners out there when it comes to getting private financing, because it is there, but sometimes it can be difficult to find your way through sort of this whole jungle. Where do I go as a region? But there are being tools elaborated on that in the cooperation between the mission and the European Investment Bank.
Good, thanks. And indeed, we'll come back to that in the afternoon. Victor, private sector.
Yes, I think private sector I mentioned is very important because it's affected by climate change, and it's a solution for and we need it for the solutions. And of course, every inhabitant we have to reach, but in Austria and Westphalia we focus in the moment to the companies on the second on the two pillars. The one pillar is how we can help them to be to get resilient. So what they can do. We have a program, it's called Climate Profit. So how we can, they can deal with adaptation and what they can do, how they can be resilient in the future. And on the other hand, it's the pillar of the companies getting the solutions. And we had a study in North Rhine-Westphalia, so more than, I think, nearly 160,000 people are working in the climate adaptation economy in North Rhine-Westphalia already. They don't know it, but they do it. And that's what we have to build up and get the awareness that they're working on it, and that this is a business model. So this is a business model for the future to think about how they can deal with adaptation. So we need it, and we need the private sector when we want to be resilient in the future.
Excellent. Very good. Thanks, Victor. I'm going to ask Eva two questions which come from the audience. One relates to the 7 degrees rise by the end of the century. What's that based on? What's your source of information? And the second one relates to the unprecedented access to climate data that we have in the EU. We have the Copernicus satellite data, we have lots of different health observatory material, etc., etc. And this would be to all of you with one-line answer. What advice do you have for local actors find making use of that data challenging? So Eva, first to you, and then to the second question, and then every single one of the panelists to give their tips for the local authorities struggling with access to data. Eva, 7 degrees.
I'll start with the easy one here, that's the 7 degrees. Normally when I present the risk assessment, I will travel with a slide deck, and in that slide deck we have the different scenarios that we are building on. The numbers come from the IPCC, it comes from the European Copernicus services, and it is the scenarios that we use to see what can happen. Connie said mitigation and adaptation is intertwined, meaning that the 7 degrees is what will happen if we don't do more, but hopefully that is what we will do, and therefore the 7 degrees will be the up to 7 degrees that will happen if we continue and don't do more. So if you have a look at UCRA, it will be the scenarios graph where you can see what are the different scenarios depending on what mitigation options do we end up deciding at a global level. On the data and using the data, I think that is the reason why we have such good data in the EU is partly because of our Copernicus services, and it is something we are trying to build more on. So what can you do, but I might also say what can we do and what are we doing. What we are trying to do is also to have the more spatial data, so the data where you can see your region and what will the water level be and how warm will it be and so forth, to layer these data so you can see different layers of data that can inform decision making at a local level. We are very interested in hearing if it's difficult to find, if there's something you would want us to do differently, then we would like to hear your feedback. But for now, I think Climate Adapt is the portal where you go to the other portals, the mission portal, the health observatory and so forth. But of course, it is complicated matters. So if it is more complicated than it needs to be, let us know.
Very good. Then Victor, tips for local authorities frustrated with access to data.
We have our agency in North Rhine-Westphalia. We try to help to understand the data, and we have the European data, and we have the national data, and we have our regional data, and we transform it to the local level so that they can work directly with the data on the internet and how to use it. That's what we try. How we try to help them on the local level to deal with it. And for example, what happens if there is a heavy rain, or where are the heat islands in the cities? So you can see every street in North Rhine-Westphalia. You can have an image what happens. So this is where we. Yes, I think that the local level is invited to use this data, and they are using it more and more. So.
Excellent, thanks. Valvanera, your tips for the practitioners.
Very difficult.
Very difficult. I know you were saying digital is
What we did is to create this platform, Adaptation, in order to try to categorize and organize the data. But anyway, it's complicated. And I think that having this kind of platform is useful, and to have the community of practice, because it's a learning progress process, and you can ask, to each other and go directly to the data that you need. I think that also we need to make another effort is that to translate this data in a language that people can understand, because that will help also, to find the information that you need. And my last tip will be to help each other in this process, because having data is so important and it's very powerful, and to help local authorities, because normally they have small teams and they don't have enough time also to look at the data, how we can work together and indicate very directly what the ad hoc data is needed for them.
Thank you. Connie?
But that is, I mean, it has been said, that is exactly also the mission of the mission, so to speak. That is to know the data, be up to date with that, to chew it, to digest it, and hopefully to present it in a manner that makes your life easier than it would else have been. And if there are any obstacles there, go to the, I mean, first look at the homepage and look, I mean, there's a lot of material there. Really, there is a lot of material there. And if there are obstacles, let the Secretariat know. But basically, the whole purpose here is to make your life easier, to make it easier, speedy, to accelerate and shortcut to better solutions faster. That's the whole purpose. And if you find any obstacles against that, I know that the Secretariat would love to hear about it, because that's why we are here.
Thank you. You have been extremely good panelists, and we could continue forever, and I think it would be really nice. I'll try and get to this last question, which is very, very pertinent, but it's also a complex one, because in our adaptation strategy, which stems from 2021, we identify one objective, which is that we would make sure that the EU is climate resilient by 2050. When we were putting that there, we were talking a lot about, what does resilient really mean? And to me, and there are many schools on this, it means a society that is able to withstand and continue to provide basic services to its people and to its businesses and to the whole of the society, independent of the climatic consequences that it faces. But obviously, there are going to be impacts that come, and we need to get our policies aligned. That's why we've had the risk assessment, which is something that exposes us as well as policymakers in terms of our action not being up to speed, not keeping pace with the fast evolving climate science. And I think I and the Commissioner and lots of the people in the Commission side who are working on this risk management, and a lot of our partners who work on the risk assessment, who work on the scientific data, we are head set and really determined to help you make sure that this resilience becomes a reality. Now, it is also true that in order for us to measure progress to this objective, we need to unpack it a little bit. What does this mean to specific sectors, so that the sector-specific agents, the risk owners, are able to take those actions that allow their sector to become far more resilient. And that is done at the different vertical levels of governance and at the different horizontal level of governance, because we are really talking about a challenge that's really too big for any actor to deal with on their own. So I'm looking at Kath, who's my master of ceremony and will be controlling the watch. For my part, really big thanks, friends. You've been excellent panelists, and I hope you'll stay around for the rest of the day, because I'm sure there's people in the audience who want to pull you by the sleeve and say, can you just tell me a little bit more about this or that matter? I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Victor had to get out of the deepest chair, didn't you? Thank you. Come sit in the middle. Thank you so much for so beautifully orchestrating a great discussion, so many insights, and it's always a pleasure, because as a moderator, you never get to see other moderators, but you were fabulous. No, I mean that. So it's always really helpful for me. There were so many brilliant things, but I don't have time, so I don't want to rain on everybody's parade, which is shortly lunch. We have a little bit more to get through. One of the things I really liked was when François spoke of vigilance. This doesn't just have to go into all policies in a very comprehensive way, which Connie said, but trust me, that's bloody hard. It's hard. We know it has to go across all policies, but it takes time. But the vigilance, make this a daily practice. Really liked hearing about the Dutch best practice with the citizens. That was super fascinating. And the advice centre for local authorities that Victor, you brought up. Loved hearing from Spain there that adaptation has been put on the same level as mitigation. You've got to change that perspective that they sit sort of separately. You've got to keep them together. And I really loved what you said about tone for business. I found that super interesting. If you talk adaptation, but if you talk active risk management and preparedness, that changes things. And I'd love to have asked, but we don't have time, a question to Connie about tone and selling to citizens, but that's a whole other story. Super fascinating. Right, let us crack on. First of all, my God, she's been working hard over there, Carlotta. I feel we just need to take a heartbeat of a moment. If the camera is able to go over there, I don't know if it is, if it's not, but she has been working super vigilantly. My God, I don't know how you do it. It's a bit like interpretation. It's incredible brain trickery to capture some of the main messages. Now, you do have a chance during lunch, which is coming up in not too long, to have a look at all that. You are not allowed to graffiti it. Okay? You have to keep it pristine. But please, you will have a moment. We're going to move it so you can see it's a little bit far. Obviously, top priority you have there. It's a little bit far away. Okay, vision, design, reality. She's picked up the financial gap there. I can see that. The national, the regional, no time to despair. So we have that there in big capital letters. Because I'm old and I have bad eyesight, I can't see the rest, but you will be able to see the rest. And we will check in with you again, but thank you. My God, is your arm aching? No, not yet. Oh my God, you're so used to it. Okay, thank you. If it is all right, Elina, I'm going to stay on stage with you and I'm going to invite our two projects. We have two projects that are going to, well, they're all that stands between you and lunch and hydration, okay? So, but we need to hear from those projects. So we have two speakers. We have Gaida Einarsdóttir here from Iceland, and we have Roald Wolters, who I didn't manage to meet before the event, from the Netherlands. Do we have both of you in the house? Oh, you're there. Oh, I love the way I say, but you're so humble. You don't even come to the stage. That was more to say, please join us. Both of you, please join us. Roald, take a seat, whichever one you like. Pick whichever you like, because you're going to be listening. No? You're a bit worried? Do come. Welcome, 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 welcome. You can shake my hand. So you get to go directly over here. So Gaida comes from the Association of Local Authorities in Iceland. She is a specialist in green and smart projects at the Association of Local Authorities, and also the national contact point for the LIFE programme. No, you're not? Okay. Not anymore. Well, that's what I was told, so cut that. Did you used to be?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Horizon Policy Advisor?
Not anymore.
Oh, blimey. Doesn't matter. So listen, just tell us, what are you going to present for us today? What are you going to talk about?
I am going to talk a little bit about national adaptation planning in Iceland.
Okay.
And first, I'm going to explain a little bit about our... yeah.
It's okay. Beg your pardon?
About the status.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Floor is yours. Off you go. I shall listen with attention.
Yes.
Thank you.
As you said, my name is Gaida Einarsdóttir. I'm from the Association of Local Authorities in Iceland. And yes, to start with, I had some slides. I don't know if we can... thank you. Yes, to start with. For most people living in a place called Iceland, global warming actually sounds quite nice. So this may or may not have contributed to us not jumping to action, as most of our neighbors did when the alarm for climate change was sounded. So it took us a while to truly understand that we needed to act as well, and that we needed to act fast. So in addition to being generally fond of heat, ask anyone in Tenerife, where we now have, I believe, a colony of Icelanders fed up with our weather. We also have a characteristic trait, national characteristic trait, that inhibits early and strategic intervention to just about everything. This characteristic presents itself as reacting to most challenges with the sentence "þetta reddast," which essentially means it will be fine and it will work itself out. So as you see, this is not the foundation for a strategic and action-based approach. But the it will work itself out and simultaneously be fine mentality has, however, also proven extremely valuable and shaped our ability to adapt to changes and challenges as they arise. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Did see that. Perhaps the melting of the glaciers is the clearest visual manifestation of climate change. The melting of glaciers has many repercussions, and one is an increase in glacial river flows, drastically impacting infrastructures, energy production, and safety in Iceland. During the 21st century, large glaciers have lost between 10 and 30% of their surface area already. And the number reaches as high as 80% for the average-sized glaciers, and they could disappear altogether in the next few decades, which has been the reality of dozens of smaller glaciers in the recent years. The future of glaciers in Iceland depends almost entirely on climate developments. And even if the Paris Agreement is upheld, glaciers will still suffer a 40 to 50% decrease, and even more if the objectives of the agreement are not met. The first glacier to lose its status as a glacier is called Ok, which means a rounded hill, not okay, even if it's spelled that way. And in 2019, there was a memorial ceremony on this rounded hill that until 2014 had been a glacier. And there was a plaque placed, and it's titled A Letter to the Future. And it reads, Ok is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did this. Most of Iceland, about 80% of it, is uninhabitable. Everyone lives along the coastline. The country has approximately 30 volcanic systems, of which some are, as you may have witnessed in the past years, have become very active. In addition to volcanic eruptions, we have geysers, lava fields, mountains with avalanches and mudslides. We have deserts, we have glaciers, and often very extreme weather events. And as you can see, we're also quite isolated from other countries and very dependent on import when it comes to just about everything. And it's safe to say that nature poses regular challenges to us, with or without climate change. But they certainly are getting more frequent and dramatic. But these challenges Iceland has been facing all along also mean that we have developed considerable experience in the field of risk management when it comes to natural hazards. You could say we were masters of disasters. And so many of the risks associated with climate change impacts can be dealt with using existing policy tools. And for such a small nation, there will always be some capacity issues. Because, most people have to see the number of people living in Iceland written down to actually get how small we are. But there will always be capacity issues, since small administrations cannot produce as many in-depth experts as most larger countries can. And this means that we depend heavily on international cooperation and expert advice, making this mission so valuable for us. The country is defined as one region, though actually there are two very different regions. The capital area, where 2/3 of the population lives, and then there's rural Iceland, which is not the same everywhere. And the municipalities vary greatly in size and local conditions, and they span everything from 48 people to 140,000. But the history of formal adaptation to climate change activities in Iceland is very short. It was in 2019 that the National Adaptation Plan was first introduced as an idea into Icelandic climate law. But it marked the start of our official journey to this field, in this field. In 2020, it was identified that Iceland was very far behind its neighbors and was one of few countries in the world not to have a policy or plan for climate change adaptation. A key step for Iceland on its way to adaptation was the formation of the Icelandic Climate Service and the Adaptation Center, which was founded at the Met Office in 2021. The center bridges the gap between research and monitoring on the one hand and decision makers on the other. They also lead collaboration across both levels of governance and all sectors. These are Iceland's main climate change risks and vulnerabilities. Beyond the observed impacts listed here, more complex and cascading impacts exist, but are less well understood. For example, transboundary climate risks are a serious concern for Iceland, but remain a major blind spot for Icelandic authorities. The municipalities in Iceland have been identified as a key implementer in adapting Icelandic society to climate change. The Association of Local Authorities is the forum for their cooperation, as well as their representative towards the government. And the association is a charter signatory to the mission on adaptation to climate change on behalf of all local authorities in Iceland. And as you all know, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to deliver adaptation that will fit every town or region. But local master planning has been identified as a key tool to implement the adaptation measures. And stakeholder engagement has been a key factor in all our work, and there have been tens of workshops with hundreds of participants across sectors, municipal types, and geographic locations to identify needs and solutions. A 2-year pilot is currently being conducted where 5 municipalities have identified their most imminent climate change threats and are planning around them. Within the pilot, a methodology is being developed along with accessible guidelines so other municipalities can formulate their own adaptation activities and plans. And the next steps will include performing vulnerability and risk assessment for all municipalities in Iceland, and these will contribute greatly to the creation of adaptation-friendly master planning. And hopefully we can also benefit from the mission's technical assistance once they are completed. To sum up, we have a whole lot of catching up to do, but we have started. The National Adaptation Plan is on its way, and cooperation between key stakeholders is actively being strengthened, and collaboration is increasing and silos are being broken. The advantages of small administrations, with their agility and short communication lines, are that we can move quickly when we finally decide to act. We know what is happening and what needs to be done, and that it will not be just fine and work itself out without our intervention. And so we are taking action now. We are planning actual activities in the fields of security, infrastructure, health, inclusion, and environment. And hopefully we can catch up to our European friends and soon cooperate on an equal footing of peers. I believe that we are truly on the fast track to adaptation, but only future generations will be able to tell if we were fast enough. So, with that, I thank you and look forward to discussing even more with you.
Come and join us in the living room. Perhaps we'll just, shall I invite you to comment once you've heard from both, or do you want to?
Yeah, let's do that.
Would you agree that, gosh, the letter, that gave me chill. That was so emotional. So powerful. It was kind of, ooh. So really good slide to put up there first. And I was kind of surprised, actually, when you said we're a bit late. I didn't expect that, actually. Fast now, but a bit late. I will let Elina comment after we have heard from the Netherlands. There's already been some glowing stuff about the Netherlands thus far and this engagement with citizens. Now, let me see, have I got this right? Because maybe these were all former jobs. What do I know? You are the Dutch delegate to the Working Group on Adaptation, Senior Policy Advisor at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Environment.
Water management.
Water management. Yeah. Okay, and a few other things. And you're part of the Dutch delegation at the OECD and the IPCC?
I'm still am, yeah.
Yeah? Oh, God, he still is. Okay, this is good. And you also work with the National Environmental Agency. Very busy. Many hats. Yeah. Many fingers in many pies. What are you going to share with these good people today?
Well, I'm going to share.
Yep.
Well, I'm not a partner of the mission. We're not a signatory nor friends of the mission because we are a national authority. We're a member state.
Yes.
But we have an important role. So I want to give a little bit more insight in what can a member state do to help the friends or the signatories to a mission.
Nice. I think that's very useful to hear before lunch. So do you want to go over to the lectern? Yes, absolutely. You can adjust the microphone. We went from a very tall commissioner to a less tall project representative. Let's
So
let's
this
hear
works.
from you.
Everybody hears me? Yeah. Okay, I think I can just push the button. Like I said, I'm from this member state, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, which is not officially a partner of the mission. But of course, we really endorse the whole concept of the mission and the idea behind the mission. And we are looking for ways to make it even more successful than it already is. So a little scene setter. I think everybody knows the Netherlands, sort of. It's that small country with a large part below sea level. So we have a few challenges. It's getting warmer, it's getting wetter, it's getting drier at the same time, and the sea level rises. So these are the main challenges. Below you have a picture. What does that mean? It means a lot to all sectors in the Netherlands. So we have a huge policy area in the Netherlands. We have a national adaptation strategy, which is basically overall policy. We have a Delta program, which is also in the Delta law in the Netherlands. It's focusing on water safety, freshwater supply, and also spatial planning. And then we have a lot of other sectoral policies on nature, agriculture, the built environment. That's done by the other ministry. So it's already, I wouldn't say it's fully integrated, but we have an integrated approach in the Netherlands because as ministries, we all work together. But next to that, well, this is our national adaptation plan. A lot of sectors, a lot of things we do. It's established last year. And this will also be the basis of our review of the National Adaptation Strategy. So you see, we cover all sectors and we try to include all stakeholders in the Netherlands as well. So for that, it's a joint undertaking. We need to do it together. And collaboration, the word has been mentioned before. Elena also said it. I won't mention it, but then she mentioned it again. She has to, because it's so important. We need to do this together. It's in the increasing of awareness. This is a very important part in all sectors, as I mentioned before as well. We need to develop tools. We need to develop knowledge. We have to address urgent risks. And we have to make policies and monitor it. So all of this comes together in the Delta plan on spatial planning. It has a format in place, and this is used in the Netherlands at all levels. So it basically says you have to do stress tests to start off. So we know on a local level, on a regional level, on a national level, what are the risks you have, what are the problems you face. That's followed by an adaptation dialogue, where stakeholders, people involved, companies, local authorities, are discussing with each other what do we think are the most pressing things we see we should do first. Because ideally, we tackle all problems in an ideal world. But in an ideal world, money would not be a problem. But we have to make choices. So these choices are made together with the stakeholders on all levels. And what you see for the Delta program, spatial planning, in the Netherlands we have provinces, we have 12 provinces, we have 300 so many local authorities, cities, villages. And in between, in the Delta program, there is a level with regions that are working together on tackling climate change issues. And these working regions, that's normally the level where they have the stress tests and risk dialogues. So that's the scene setting, and now the mission. What can the mission do to help the Netherlands? As we already have the structure in place of the work regions and cities and provinces and national government talking together. Still, we see that more is needed. And the role of the mission is the same as the role as we take as the Dutch ministry. Raising awareness. Well, nature helps a lot in raising awareness. I mean, last weekend we had severe floods in the Netherlands. We had hailstorms in the Netherlands in late May, which is, well, it was foreseen in the models, but it's not as yet seen in the public as normal. And I hope it won't be normal, but the risks are there. So we see a lot of, I mean, we're helped by nature in explaining that adaptation is necessary. The national government, so we also raise awareness, we should provide information, but I think the most important role we have is supporting the network in the Netherlands. We held a roundtable dialogue I think 1.5 months ago. It was organized by our ministry with an agency together with the several Dutch provinces and cities to see what we can do and what those other stakeholders, the regional authorities and the local authorities, what I need. And what I need is a sort of matchmaking. We do quite well in the Netherlands in the mission when it comes to the knowledge institutes. Also foreign regions, they know how to find the knowledge institutes. But for the regions in the Netherlands, it appears to be a bit difficult to make best use out of the mission. First of all, they purely lack capacity. There was a lot going on in the Netherlands. So there are a lot of ongoing projects on adaptation. So it's quite difficult to make time to find even more projects like I do. It's difficult to find time to find a match with the knowledge institutes, with the universities, to come up with a project. So that was the outcome of the first dialogue we held, the first discussion. So we will have another round table in fall, where we see what should we do, what can we do more, and we also invite then the knowledge institutes to see how we can improve that, and that's how we can help the regions better. So acknowledging that they don't have the money or the time to do even more than they already do, because the task is tremendous. We don't have glaciers like in Iceland, but we have quite a lot to do when it comes to water safety and other issues. So the dialogue is important. So again, it's the coordination and the discussion to see how we can help as a member state by talking and by bringing the network together to take the next step in the mission. And hopefully we have some more regions in the mission goals next time. That's me. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or during lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think a lack of capacity, that's not something that you will have heard the first time, certainly, and I will hand the floor to you in a moment. For me, what really also stood out there is that very stark sentence, nature helps in raising awareness. I mean, interestingly, I have a 13-year-old. Well, that's not interesting in itself for any of you, but I have a 13-year-old, and 2 summers ago, we were caught up in 2 fires in France. We moved somewhere else after we had to be evacuated, taken out of the area, and then got caught up in another. So just a read of the room, who has been impacted in some way? Where we've talked floods today, we've talked droughts, we've talked, extreme heat. Who's been impacted or knows somebody close in family or friends who has been impacted when nature is helping raise awareness? Okay, so I think that's very, very telling. Again, so many questions, won't ask any. Hand the floor to you. What would you like to comment on from what you've heard?
I think I'll try and be very short because there's been a rich conversation already. But 2 cases, quite different, circumstances. Netherlands, front runner, arguably one of the most sophisticated countries in deploying adaptation strategies, dealing with the seawater levels, etc. And then Iceland, as you yourself said, a latecomer maybe, but a fast tracker. And yet we hear the same themes come across. It's about the central role of the local authorities, being able to contextualize, localize these actions, build from the strengths. So also looking at the existing policies and how you can stress test those, how you can make the existing structures more aware. I don't like the word mainstreaming so much. I think it's more about really profound integration of these matters into the central priorities. And I think it's also about collaboration because you can't get away from that word, no matter, and we shouldn't get away from it. But I would like to come back to something that Connie was saying. It seems so straightforward, but it's probably one of the most challenging things to do. And it's incredible that today we're still talking about, how should we go about it? How do we do it? And I think we need to become, as a community that knows about risk exposure, knows about, the vulnerabilities, and also knows about the tools, much more vocal in demanding action and talking to our stakeholders in a language that they can relate to and understand. So I'll stop there.
Okay.
It's been fantastic.
I couldn't agree more in terms of moderating all events for all sorts of different sectors. Unequivocally, collaboration and cooperation, you are right, it comes up again. I would be a bazillionaire. That is the thing, the red thread through absolutely everywhere. And if we had a day, 2 days, 3 days a week, that is a conversation I'd love to moderate in so many different ways, because unpacking that, how to do that better, what do we mean, with whom, across where, it's critical. You can get, for me, you can sit outside. I'm not, I'm an average Joe compared to you being in this arena, and I sit outside and I hear all of this brilliance of human endeavor, and then you hear, but it's got to go faster because we need to collaborate more, among other issues. But thank you so much. It's been a privilege. You had the toughest job right before lunch because they need to eat and drink. Stay with me. I promise it's not long. I've just got to give you a couple of instructions. So first of all, warm thanks to these two brilliant presenters here with their case studies and their strategies. Very good. Thank you for being so beautifully concise. You have just under 90 minutes, okay? The lunch break is outside. You're not allowed to bring food and drink back in here. So you better drink 3 liters of water before we embark after lunch, okay? There'll be lots of going outside to use the toilets. So that's just to say, because our lovely Thomas at the back, who's been operating things from a technical side, he's going to get all right, by the venue. Please let me just say, listen, please, there is a dedicated table for those who said they had dietary requirements. For those who don't nick food off it, okay? Please, that's very, very important. Use the time wisely. Have a look at that. That is a genius piece of work over there by Carlotta. Please take the time. Please also take the time to visit the stands. There's clever people there, okay? They're not there just to hang about and eat food. They're there for you to ask them questions. Please go there. Please also visit the poster exhibition, okay? And please do post something fabulous online. Now, 13:45, we're going to meet back here. We have a second panel building on the first, okay? You don't want to be late for that, nor everybody at home. That camera's turned away. So please be there. We have a framing speech at the beginning of it. Enjoy. See you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. If you can just fill in from the front, I am most grateful. Thank you. There are some spare seats. Can you check, good people, that your phones are on silent? That would be a good way to begin. Just check that your phones are on silent, please. I'll just let you get settled. Okay. There's a lot of picking a seat time. Thank you. Okay. All right. Is anyone just joining now? Has anyone just rocked up now? Speakers, that's okay. Anyone in the audience who's just rocked up now? Okay. All right. Very, very, very warm welcome back to all of our guests, our speakers, audience here in this delightful venue, and all of you who are still with us online. Thank you so much. I hope you had a lunch that was as delicious as ours. Apart from checking that your phones are on silent, let's do a quick read of the room. Be honest. Who had more than one dessert terrine? Okay, I love that. Such pride. Normally people are quite embarrassed to put their hand up. Everybody went, yes, me. All right. I will do another read of the room in a moment. Let me just remind you all, my name is Katrina Sickle, and I will be the MC until the end of this event. As I promised, we will close before 6. We have a framing speech for the next panel. We have the panel. We have 3 fabulous testimonies, projects that you're going to hear afterwards, and then you're going to have all of this ample time and space for structured networking. We come back right at the end. Myself and Elina, we're going to have a quick chat, but I promise you it's worth hanging on for that, because we're going to synthesize, are we not? We're going to crystallize some of the main messages. We're not going to suddenly embark on a half-hour final session, I promise. Okay, we could put up the QR code again, just in case, for Slido, just to make sure that you are ready and prepared. Quick read of the room, you're going to have to shout. We're not going to do a word cloud on Slido, but if I had to ask you in 1, maximum 2 words what you mostly take away from this morning's discussion, you cannot say the word collaboration or cooperation. Let's just take that as read. What would it be? Anyone? Volunteers? What if you had to, in a word cloud, 1 or 2 words that would, for you, kind of sum up this morning's discussion? What would it be? Urgency? Cooperation, we know. Local authorities, come on, who can break the ice? Need for action, 3 words, but I'll accept it. Anything else? Fast track. Anything else? Synergies, yes. Complementarity, synergies. Please, for God's sake, don't reinvent the wheel. I guess funding too, right? Funding, we think alike. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome. You are our final speaker, Sala. That's brilliant to have you here. Perfect, perfect timing. All right. As I headlined before lunch, here we have now a second panel coming up. This is all about integrating funds for adaptation and these interlinkages with the mission cities. But before we get even close to getting stuck into that panel, can you give a warm welcome, please, to kick off this afternoon's proceedings, Matthias de Moor, who is General Representative of Flanders to the EU. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Katrina. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and my pleasure to frame the next panel debate on funding for climate change adaptation on behalf of Minister Zuhal Demir, who could not be with us today. To say that the topic is relevant for Flanders as well is an understatement, as we only have to go back to the start of this week, where part of Flanders and Belgium was yet again in the grip of more floods and the fear of more rain to come. Damage amounting to €8 billion would be caused if a water bomb, like the prolonged spell of torrential rain that caused devastating flooding in Wallonia in the summer of 2021, were to fall over Flanders. This staggering figure only reflects damage from pluvial and fluvial floods, excluding other costs from coastal floods, droughts, and heat stress. Some of you may have visited some of the affected sites in Wallonia yesterday, seeing the impact of such a disaster. This example, among many others across Europe and the world, show the cost of inaction and makes it crystal clear that we need immediate measures. The urgency for accelerated action to adapt to relentless climate change needs no elaboration. However, implementing our policies demands a significant upsurge in climate-resilient investments. Public funds alone cannot tackle this challenge. We must mobilize private sector financing as well. I believe today's panel discussion couldn't be timelier. Adaptation finance remains a big challenge, necessitating both structural proactive financing and the creation of incentives and mechanisms to attract private investments. Research shows that across Europe today, only 2% of adaptation funding comes from private investments. Zooming into my own region for a moment, it's clear that Flanders has a strong need for adaptation measures. We are a low-lying and densely populated region. We are highly urbanized, with close to 500 people per square kilometer, with a high urban sprawl. A significant 15% of the surface is sealed surface. These conditions amplify climate risks such as droughts, heat waves, and flooding. That's why we have a Flemish climate adaptation plan, allocating €100 million annually for 2 years. Building on the success of the Flemish Blue Deal, which combats water scarcity, this plan aims for heat stress reduction in residential areas, drought mitigation, and flood prevention. This plan involves collaborative, multi-level projects engaging citizens, businesses, and organizations alike. We're investing in initiatives such as creating space for rivers, water, and wetlands, establishing green-blue networks, and promoting adaptive nature and forest management. Moreover, we're fostering climate-resilient health policies, and we monitor our policy and enhance public awareness and capacity. The current investment plan for climate adaptation focuses mainly on public investments. However, we know this won't be sufficient. We need to diversify the financing sources, both public and private, and identify instruments for future long-term financing. That's why the Flemish Department of Environment is a partner in the 3-year EU Horizon project Climate Fit, which started at the end of 2023. In collaboration with over 30 European partners, the department is engaged in bridging the adaptation financing gap between public and private funding. In short, Climate Fit aims at supporting innovative financing mechanisms for adaptation to climate change by providing insight into financing sources and strategy. The project will engage its experts, public authorities, and financing investment entities in the co-creation of innovative investment strategies, concrete and scalable investment plans, and bankable transformational investment cases. The Flemish Department of Environment will be a case leader in the project and will be looking into improving public-private investments for adaptation together with the different financing and investment entities, as well as with the building sector specifically. Of course, alongside private investments, structural public funding remains crucial. Therefore, in 2023, the government of Flanders approved the Blue Deal decree for the second time. With the structural anchoring of the Blue Deal, it ensures continuity in the approach to water scarcity and drought. The decree obliges every future Flemish government to draw up a Blue Deal with investments within 1 year of taking office. Each future government of Flanders will thus not only have to set objectives, but also have the financing of concrete measures in place. A similar approach can be considered for other adaptation needs. Ultimately, initiatives like these must transform adaptation into an attractive investment proposition, securing our collective future against the consequences of climate change. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, I guess this is your daily bread and butter, but the very low percentage of the private investment. I sort of, my eyebrows scooted up in genuine surprise there. So obviously we're going to unpack that in this next panel, but what you spoke of there did reflect what did come out from this morning. I think, Eline, you said you liked those words, the climate adaptation economy. We need to have this business case for adaptation. And again, I will bring up those words that you said. You know, if we speak with business and we use the word adaptation, but if we use the words active risk management and preparedness, there is a kind of a change there. So that terminology is really important. You use the word yourself, bankable cases, innovative financing. Okay, so I'm going back to, was it the minister or the commissioner at the beginning who spoke about the estimation that every euro invested in climate adaptation and preparing for climate change saves between 5 and 9 euros in the future? But despite this potential return on investment, we heard that only a very small fraction of private climate finance is actually directed towards adaptation efforts. So we're going to look at perhaps strategies for shifting that narrative in this next panel, from the repairing and the rebuilding after the damage towards the prioritizing investments in preparedness and adaptation. I'm not going to say more because I don't want to rain on the parade of this next moderator who I introduce shortly. First of all, let's do a poll. Again, we'll take the temperature of the room relative to this specific topic. You can see there that you'll be looking at poll 4. So no excuses for not taking part. Again, we won't look at the result live because I think you'll be eager to meet our speakers. But the question is, what strategies can facilitate financing for adaptation projects. And I'm sure you would agree with all of the options, but if you can pick one, that would be brilliant. And we will take a look at the result in not too long. Do raise your hand when you've made your selection, so I just know when I can move on. Raise a hand when you're done. Okay, so 2 people in the room have been boosted by the chocolate dessert and everybody else is asleep. Oh no, 4 people in the room. Okay, sugar slump. All right, let me give you just another moment. Thank you. All right, well, I will give you time. You can keep going. I'm going to now bring the speakers to the stage, if I may. So first of all, can I invite from the European Investment Bank, the Director of Operations Support and Climate. Her name is Elina Roin. So warm welcome to you. Here, have the comfy chair.
Okay, I'll take the comfy chair.
Take the comfy chair. You can always do a little bit of musical chairs afterwards, good speakers, okay? We also have the President of the Assembly and member of the European Committee of the Region City of Zagreb, Josko Klisovic. Very warm welcome to you. Thank you.
Should I sit here or here?
Wherever you like, or here. Oh, look, he doesn't want to sit next to you. That's really not very good, is it?
Promising start.
I had the pleasure of meeting you at the first event I moderated this year, so lovely to see you again. Scooting in at the most opportune moment, we have Sala Sastamoinen. She is Deputy Director General for the Directorate General Joint Research Centre at the European Commission. Now, you might all want to spread out. You can sit on sit on the sofa. Do you know why? Yeah. Please do, because you match. You match beautifully. I like that. That's good. Do you know, oh, is that not good? Oh, you go where you like. You go where you like. We also have Nicola De Michaelis, who is Director at Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy at the European Commission.
I get the couch.
Now, the point is, Nicola, you can lounge on that sofa if you like. Yeah. You have all the room in the world. Okay. Thank you so much for being with us to share your experience, your insights, and your expertise with these brilliant people. Can I now invite your moderator to the stage? A very warm welcome, Rosalinda van der Vlies, who is Clean Planet Director at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. I really think you've got one of the loveliest job titles, Clean Planet Director.
Yes, Madame Propre.
Yes, yeah. Madame Propre. It literally does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? And what a nice job. Okay. Before we look at the result of the poll and then I leave you to it, I covered just the top lines. What would you add for the benefit of our audience here and online about what you want to perhaps explore and get out of this session?
Yeah, well, I think this is really, and good afternoon, everybody. It's really good to see all of you after lunch, and thank you for being here, even after some desserts. Now, I think it's extremely important to make sure that we have enough investments in both climate adaptation and mitigation, which is really 2 parts of the same coin, I would say. And we are actually also I'm actually the Deputy Mission Manager from the Cities Mission, and it's a real pleasure to be working together with our colleagues from the Adaptation Mission. And you can really see there's a lot of similarities also on the challenges that we are facing for these missions. And financing and funding is obviously one of those challenges that we are facing. And I think you quoted the benefits of investing in climate adaptation and mitigation. So I think we have a real challenge of really, in particular convincing the private sector that it's so important and also, longer term beneficial to invest in climate adaptation and mitigation. And I'm really happy with the panel that we have today, because I'm sure that many of the panelists will provide insights on how we can really attract more public and private funding to climate adaptation and mitigation.
Well, thank you. I think that will be something very close, particularly this lady in the orange's heart, because she is the one who said about funding. So I think going away with some concrete insights, some concrete recommendations will be brilliant. Before I leave you, should we just see, for all of your benefit, if you're surprised by the result of the poll? If we can bring up the poll results. So we said, what strategies can facilitate financing for adaptation projects? And what came up top? Raising awareness among investors about the potential return on investment for adaptation efforts. So there's not enough awareness, there's not enough information out there. There needs to be... Surprised by that, are you, Rosalinda? Would that be...
No, not at all, actually.
No? I mean, listen, one could have answered anything, right? But that seems to be something that is very much on our audience's minds. Okay, I will listen in. The brilliant Carlotta will be drawing away, and we will have a check-in with her at the end, but over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And well, let's just kick this off. I have a list of questions and my reading glasses to make sure that I won't surprise you. But maybe I will surprise my dear panelists with, you know, just a kind of like a warm-up question. And that is basically, I would like to know from you very quickly, you know, how would you have responded to the poll? And what do you think would be, you know, most important strategies to increase the financing and funding for climate adaptation and mitigation? Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Is that possible? Yeah. But I think, Elina, you can already start, probably.
I can already start, and I fully recognize that we still have to raise awareness and make relevant data available to promoters. I actually would have chosen myself the answer that alluded to the more coordinated approach over the silos, coming up with smart financing options and making them available, accessible, easily accessible to the promoters. I think that was the came second in running.
Excellent, thank you. Do any other panelists would like to react?
I mean,
Ilska?
to me, public money is not enough. So we need to attract private money. We can't do it without private money. I'm speaking from Zagreb experience, so people on the ground. How to attract private money? Yes, you need to explain them that this is a profitable business, but sometimes it's hard to explain and to be honest, because the legal framework sometimes is too unflexible that you can't fit everything what's needed. So this is really a great problem. That's why I'm advocating kind of certain incentives, economic incentives, fiscal incentives, something for businesses that they see it as a right thing, as an opportunity. Because we are fed up with explaining climate adaptation or Green Deal in general with different bans. Don't do this, don't do that. It's very costly. No, let's rephrase it, reframe the communication. Let's put an emphasis on opportunities. And this is how we communicate with the business community in Zagreb.
I love that reframing for opportunities. That's really great. Nicola, would you like to
maybe just to say that I found particularly important, and I may come back later, on the long-term versus short-term. Because the impression I have often is that the authorities that are managing the public fund think very much in short-term terms. And the strategies that are needed to address this type of problems do need a more long-term vision that is not always there.
Sala?
I think that I will go for the actually there what went last one, which is now said that enhanced methodologies for quantify the long-term benefits. They're rephrasing it that actually making the even long-term and shorter-term risks more prominent. It was here you have discussed that already. I think that this comes indeed in the companies, in the private companies, that they pay attention to the risks that start to materialize. And these risks relate to they see it on the floods, they see it on the droughts, they see it on the more stormy weather. So really from that perspective. And they see it in all the costs that they have to put for their energy, for their construction. So this type of the thinking on the company boards, on the company management, even for the SMEs, is very important. And then, yes, raise awareness, but through this aspect of the efficient risk management.
Super. So thank you so much for shedding your light also on this poll question. So now I would like to start with questions that may surprise you a bit less. So let's start with you, Elina. I mean, it would be great if you could tell us a bit more about the EIB, and in particular the EIB Climate Adaptation Plan and Advisory Platform. How do you facilitate and boost access to finance for climate adaptation solutions? And what steps can the partners of the mission take to gain access to these resources that you have?
Thank you. That's a very, very pertinent yet rather wide question. So to cover it in a few minutes may be challenging, but let me give it a try. Well, I thought first I would say a few words about the EIB, just to make sure that even maybe not everybody is familiar with the bank. I will then dive a bit deeper on our green and adaptation agenda, and then spend time in the end explaining what and how when it comes to financing adaptation. So first of all, just as a reminder, EIB is the Bank of the European Union, owned by its member states, and is there to support the EU policy agenda, and that includes, of course, the European Green Deal. We are, in this context, it's also important maybe to note that we are one of the largest financier of green assets globally. Last year, almost 60% of our funding went to the green projects, and our annual group financing totaled 88 billion approximately in 2023. So just some facts and figures. And I already alluded to our climate agenda. We have been traditionally financier of green investment, but in 2019 we said that on the back of the European Green Deal, we hiked or elevated our climate ambitions and said that we are going to transition to become the EU climate bank, that by 2025 over 50% of our lending will go to the climate relevant projects. We endeavor to support 1 trillion worth of investment in green over the critical decade by 2030, and all our new financing activities and advisory activities will be aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we are past the midterm of our climate bank roadmap, the playbook, if you will, that sets the guide rails for our transition to EU Climate Bank, and we are on track in meeting these goals, and the roadmap remains fit for purpose. Then just to say that we have traditionally been very strong in financing mitigation, supporting renewable energy, supporting energy efficiency, financing clean transport. But we recognize, as you rightly pointed out, that the adaptation is equally important. When we mitigate, we also need to adapt, recognizing the rising cost of inaction in this area. And in that vein, we have developed ourselves so-called adaptation, EIB adaptation plan that we have been now implementing, and it centers around 3 goals, one of them indeed being accelerating financing for adaptation. And what gets reported often gets also managed. So we have also set ourselves a KPI that we follow. We endeavor to finance or channel 15% of our climate action financing to adaptation by 2025. It is a challenge. But just to say that last year, volume terms, our adaptation lending grew by 43% to 2.2 billion. It's not to say that we are there yet, but we are on the way. And now just a few words on what and how. So EIB is there to, I would say, bridge between public and private. We can be the institution that will crowd in the private sector, provide the lever also for public sector to leverage on the scarce resources for adaptation, and then provide EIB lending products also for adaptation financing. We are there to build the business case, improve the business case for adaptation. We have a good product palette, wide product palette available for public and private sector promoters, from risk capital to long-term patient capital and project finance type of financing. So the products are available, but we are not resting in our laurels. We are developing new, smarter instruments to better address the financing gap that is evident in the adaptation space, including capital market instruments. I have a hope that at some point we will be able to subscribe to an adaptation bond in the not so distant future. So the product palette is there, including also products that combine, again, public resources for risk sharing or blending purposes. And finally, I want to emphasize that while the financing from EIB is there to complement and improve that business case for smaller and larger adaptation efforts, we also recognize that the knowledge and awareness raising, capacity building is absolutely key to catalyze financing, and that's why we are also working very hard in conjunction with the European Commission on our advisory and project support offer through so-called ADAPT platform that is available for everyone. Please check out the ADAPT website. And we can provide support from project identification, mid and upstream project pipeline building, down to the implementation technical advisory. So I'll stop there. There would be much more to say, but and we will continue the conversation. But just a sort of a introduction to EIB and what we can do in the adaptation space.
Thank you so much, Selina. That's really amazing. And thank you so much for being this bridge between the public and the private finance, for helping to improve the business case, including through your advisory services. And I'm really, really impressed with your KPI. Yeah? That is really great. So we will now all be keeping an eye whether your KPI will be met. I would like to go to you, Josko, because well, Zagreb is one of the 100 cities that is also part of the city mission, and you're doing absolutely fantastically, so congratulations already with that. And I was really wondering, how do you interact with the national level, because you have so many great things going on at local level. What are your strategies to also connect back then to what's happening at the national level?
Right. Do you want me to answer the question in honest way, in plain language, or in official, politically correct
ask
language?
The audience. Do we want an honest answer? Who wants an honest answer, please? Okay, well, there you go.
So you don't want politically correct answer, right? Then, politically correct world, we
don't want that. Actually.
We inspire.
Okay.
The real word is we challenge the pride, vanity, and egos of our national leaders. What do I mean by that? So all these big guys, they think that they are the smartest, the best, and always want to be seen in public as such. So when you come to them with a project, idea, something you are ready really to implement, and you are really doing it successfully, they want to be part of it. And you know that you can't finish it without them. So they want to associate themselves with success. So what you need to do is to be smart, enough smart to really challenge their egos and to spark that desire within them to be part of the successful project. In addition to that, we engage citizens. We realized without support of the citizens, you can't really get anything done. So leaders, national leaders who kind of see themselves as a big fish in pond, while we local leaders are just a small fish in the pond. Otherwise, we won't be at the local level, we would be at the national level. Combinedly, citizens and success really put a lot of pressure on national government. We even developed certain strategies, certain action plans, which are basically nationalized action plans. We provide them with a job done already, their job done. Then we organize a multi-level consultations with the government. And then, of course, ministers are very happy to see that somebody has already done part of the job, the major part of the job. So they then get in, they get involved. So that's how we make synergies, an honest synergy with the government. Yes, then we need all the stakeholders, including business. I mentioned at the very beginning, the framework, legal framework, which is very stringent, very unflexible. It's a big problem. We can't change it at a local level. So we need the government and the parliament for that. We have conflicting laws. We have very complex procedures. We have deadlines everlasting, you know, and business people do not want that. They want to see predictability. What I need to do, in what time period, you know, to get the job done and to take my profit from the job. And that's fine. That's how it should be. It's a very effective way of thinking. Why, in the public sector, they have all the time of the world, you know? And so we never do anything to the end, but just halfway. So that's the way how we do it in Zagreb. We basically established our climate and energy agency as our expert arm of the city administration, which is preparing all the materials, which is well connected here in Brussels, getting all the information, best practices for our missions, for other cities, you know, translating all these in strategies, action plans, in concrete measures. We are starting to implement it in Zagreb. We are providing information to government. They see, ooh, this is good. I mean, we should be part of the success. And then, in addition to that, we are providing a good example to other Croatian cities how to do the job. So they are basically then following the pattern. We established the pattern. We are the capital city, have enough capacity, intellectual capacity, expert capacity, financial capacity. Enough, not sufficient, but enough to spark interest in what we are doing. And then with that interest, we get really support from the government, from banks, from EIB, for example, European Investment Bank. We agreed to issue green bonds. So we're involved even citizens in financing our projects. And when citizens become interested, they told us, we had 2 weeks ago a conference in Zagreb and dialogue with the citizens on energy transition and climate change. They were very interested in the issue. And they even want to raise the level, the bar to city administration. They even want more than what we are providing them. But they told us, we are not interested and we don't understand the political processes in European Union and in our own national government in taking these decisions which are related to the Green Deal. We don't care about it. You do it. This is your show. What we care about it, to improve our life and working conditions. How we do that? With the concrete projects. We want to see concrete projects which really make difference in our life. If we see that, we'll support you. If you don't see that, these are just empty words. Politicians and their empty words, bureaucrats and their empty papers. We are not interested. So that's how we really get the support of the citizens. So that's why we involve them in different concrete projects. And it's good. It's going better and better with every day. So we should not fail, because you can lose confidence and trust of the citizens just once. And then it's dead. So we are very careful in communicating with them. We are very careful in delivering to them. So we are not promising more than we can deliver. This is very important. Although sometimes it's under expectations of citizens, below the expectations. But it's better to be honest than to promise more and then fail. Then the ear is just closed to you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for this honest and also inspirational answer, Josko. That's really, really great. I love the fact how you basically inspire and make your national government part of the success, and that you basically deliver some concrete stuff also for your businesses. So this is very, very inspirational. And now I go to the more bureaucratic part of my panel. No, we are not bureaucrats, still inspirational bureaucrats. So Salah, I'm turning to you now because you are involved in the new European Bauhaus, and the new European Bauhaus is really there to make sure that when we transition into a climate adapted and climate neutral environment, that this environment is also inclusive and beautiful. So how does the new European Bauhaus actually contribute to building climate resilience and climate adaptation, in particular in the urban areas?
Thank you. So when we look at the European level, I think that we have set a very good policy framework already for the both for the climate adaptation and for the mitigation. So we have a good targets. So what is needed is now that it is implemented and enforced. And there comes then the new European Bauhaus as a policy initiative in play. It is a policy initiative, funding initiative, which aims to make this implementation, taking of measures attractive so that we are building our environments that are beautiful, that are sustainable. They take into account the climate targets, all the other sustainability targets, including biodiversity, so also emissions, and then inclusive, so that all this is done together in the participatory ways. New European Bauhaus focuses on our neighborhoods, so that we'll bring the big targets into the concrete level of the neighborhoods. It is an initiative that is working very much with the communities. So there's a strong bottom-up element. We have in our European level communities now more than 1,400 participants, different types of the partners there. So a lot of ideas come from there. And then one aspect is that the European Bauhaus is also then a funding instrument, where we aim to bring this aspect of the design also then on the play. As funding instrument, I think that specifically also this financing part requires still research. So we have to find innovative funding mechanisms that can be then applied. So one part of the new European Bauhaus is actually then funding for the research and innovation. This part, it is nowadays then under something that's called New European Bauhaus Facility, which is where the part of research and innovation is comes from the Horizon Europe. So that way, indeed, we need to have this forward-looking, innovative research aspect so that we are also in Europe front runners. And it's not only technical, that's why I stress we need the innovation both there in the funding mechanisms, we need innovation in the social and behavioral aspects and participatory aspects, the democracy. So in all of that we are working for. But then if you come up with good examples, naturally, they don't have the full impact unless they are rolled out very much. So that's why in the New European Bauhaus, we also aim to get the actually other European level funding instruments to roll out then the projects that are filling these principles of the beautiful, sustainable inclusiveness. And so far, in the very initial phase, we have been financing over 500 projects, and they act as an examples for the others because the community is actually a place where the partners are exchanging then experiences. So that way, we are also expanding. I think that we hear later from my colleague there, Nicola, then, because cohesion funds has been one of the very major and important funding instruments. But it was actually, we have attracted funding from the 9 union instruments so far. So that shows that this type of the mainstreaming of the New European Bauhaus values is possible and it's interesting. And that's one of the let's say one of the strong points. So it is the transformation, revitalization of the neighborhoods that we can do. But when still 2 points. Naturally, we need, if we will have some this type of general values, the investors, the constructors, they will need to know what does it mean in practice, and actually then the local authorities and when we go to the more concrete. So what we have done to help that, there is a European Bauhaus Compass that explains and in more gives kind of criteria and guidance where to go when somebody wants to bring projects on these under this initiative. We are preparing also the small projects handbook. So that will be professionals who are doing smaller projects, so also from individuals to the constructors. And we have very good cooperation with the European Investment Bank, because we will come out this summer, latest in July, with the investment guidebook done together by our new European Bauhaus team and the European Investment Bank, which gives then for the bigger project, it focuses for the professionals running projects more than 100,000 and gives then guidance and criteria that this kind of projects will follow the new European Bauhaus principles. But we do a lot of other also research. So let's see if I have a chance. I might say it. Those who don't know, we are Joint Research Center is the Commission DG, Directorate General, but I don't consider that we are bureaucrats. We are scientists. So there are a lot of researchers in our staff, and our main task is to bring science for policy. So we do scientific research so that there's evidence-based for the European policy makers, legislators to take then the best possible decisions. So that way we are part of the Commission, but independent in our scientific advice.
Super. Thank you so much, Salah. And I think it's really great to make sure that, in the whole climate transition, we also take principles such as inclusiveness and also the aesthetic aspects into consideration. And now it's my big pleasure, Nicola, to turn to you. We are very cozy on this couch here. And Salah already mentioned the cohesion funds. So it would be really great if you could tell us, what are you doing for the urban areas, and in particular, how do you support cities and also regions in their climate adaptation and mitigation actions?
Rosalinda, thank you. One disclaimer and 3 reflections. The disclaimer is that what I will say has to do exclusively with the EU level and the EU budget, not with what member states and regional authorities do, not with the EIB is doing to trying to leverage private funding. It's just with the EU budget. The first observation, reflection, is that if there's one thing that the EU is not lacking is money. Think about it. Over the past 3 years, the amount of money that has been made available for public investment has been multiplied by a factor of 3 or 4, and for certain member states, in fact, by a factor of 5 or 6, which, by the way, is putting a tremendous strain on those member states and those public administration to use that money effectively. The real issue is that we do not have projects. This is where the problem is. And we do not have projects for a number of reasons. The first is capacity, administrative capacity. The amount of money has been multiplied by 3 or 4. If you take the tail of cohesion policy 14-20, the RRF, and the new cohesion policy 21-27, but the administration have remained the same. And so the capacity to absorb and to use intelligently this money is what it is. And this is creating a bottleneck. The second is what I was referring to in my comment on the survey, and is that authorities still tend to think very much short term because of the political agenda and because they are driven by the need to spend the resources fast. But if you do that, you miss the possibility to think a bit long term, which is what this type of investment need. And the other thing that this type of investment need is a consultation with all the stakeholders involved, which is painful, it takes time, it requires capacity to compromise, but it's necessary because it builds the consensus and and help to make those projects that are needed to emerge. And the final element is that authorities tend still to think very much in sectoral terms, while again, this type of investment need very much cross-sectoral and integrated solutions. And if we think in terms of mobility, and then of environment, and then of labor market, and then of housing, it's difficult to have a climate change adaptation policy that is coherent and with a medium-term perspective. Now, what do we do? Well, things are happening. Not only there is money, and only under cohesion policy there are around 20 billion euro for climate change adaptation. We have all the large infrastructure project needs to go through a climate proofing analysis. We have conditions that needs to be fulfilled before the investment are implemented. For example, authorities need to have a climate change adaptation plan in place so that projects are not just scattered in a random way. We have technical assistance. In the past, in 2014-20, we have supported 44 Polish cities to develop the climate change adaptation plan. And now, with the new funding, we are implementing those plans. The cities mission, the climate adaptation mission are doing exactly that, revealing the projects and the ideas that are necessary to implement all those resources. We have a toolkit under the climate the Cohesion for Transition community of practice that provide help and is providing help to Italy, to Spain, to Portugal, to Cyprus, that to help to design those strategies. So, at the end, I think that obviously we can still do better at the Commission level. We can, rather than synergies, I would think that we need to consolidate and streamline the many instruments and tools that exist. But I think that a lot can happen and is available for you that are sitting on all these resources to spend the resources in an effective way.
Thank you so much, Nicola. I think that is a very interesting perspective. I think when you say the EU has money, you talk about the cohesion money.
No, I'm talking about the cohesion, I'm talking about the RRF, I'm talking about all the EU money that is available for public investment and that are in the hand of regions, local authorities, and member states to use.
Excellent. Okay, I think Josko probably would like to react quickly to what you...
Just short remark. This is really the music for my ear, Nicola, what you said. EU does not lack in money, but the only thing we lack as cities is money to build our administrative capacity and skill of the people who implement projects. We don't have that enough. To finance our projects, and we do not have direct access to EU funds. We need to go through government. And then the government ministries, they make selections of the projects. They don't use always objective criteria. Sometimes they politicize. Yes, if you are from other political party and run the city, and the government is from the other one, then you have a conflict, political conflict. And sometimes government is not very keen of making political opponents as mayors successful. We have that problem in Zagreb as well. We applied, for example, recently for 332 million euros to repair and maintain our water system management, the whole infrastructure, because we have a leakage of 50% of water, 50%. We've got zero from the government, and the project is excellent, So we should do something in allowing cities to have a direct access to EU funds with their own projects. And then, of course, we will compete with other cities. But then we believe that somebody here in Brussels will evaluate these projects in a very objective way, not taking into account political considerations.
Excellent. That's a very, very clear message. And it's for me really a dream as moderator, you know, when you have a bit of a discussion here. But now I would like to open up the floor for questions from you guys, because you have been sitting here very nice and patiently. I don't know if we have a mic that flows around the room, or it will be, oh, it's Slido, it's Slido, it's Slido. Okay, great. So let's see what questions you have been putting in Slido. Oh, you haven't yet. Who has already put a question in Slido? Oh, there must be at least one question, 2, 3 questions in Slido. So if we could see them, that would be really great. So then we can move to the Slido question. No, technically not possible? Oh, there they are. Oh, very, very good. Okay, so the questions are visible to all, so I cannot cheat. Sometimes, you know, when there's like a scary question coming up, if I'm only seeing the questions, I can curate this. So go crazy, audience, because there's no curation of the questions here. So there is a question here about the EIB finance. It's the first one. I think maybe, Elina, you want to go for that one?
Yes. So the question is indeed about capital market instruments and combining it with the EIB financing. I think the first part of the question, does it make sense to issue an own green bond? I think it depends on the investment strategy and the financing strategy of the respective local authority. Here is just to say that now EIB is also able to subscribe to capital market issuances, and sometimes it may make sense from the funding perspective to issue a bond, but also then bring in EIB maybe to help to crowd in other investors, including private investors. And is there room for both? Certainly, EIB is a complementary financier and is there to really help to optimize the funding structure, the financing structure of respected projects. So it might make sense to issue a bond and bring in EIB with the bilateral loan as well. Important to notice that EIB financing that is not state aid, under the state aid rules, can be combined with various different instruments, including grant financing or other public sector funding.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Elina. I knew that there would be a question back to you, Nicola, when you said that we have the money, but we don't have the projects. So the question here, as you can all read, is why don't we then spend the money in replicating projects that have proven results?
I'm not sure that I'm the one that have to respond to that question. You are the managing authority sitting on cohesion fund, not the Commission. So it's a very valid question, and in fact, it's connected to the other one on the link between Horizon. What we have tried to offer you is a mechanism that allows to finance projects that are selected under Horizon but do not have the funding there, and you can import them into cohesion policy. Does that happen? Not really. Why doesn't it happen? Well, probably because there are two different policies with two different objectives, with different authorities managing those resources. So there may be different and diverging interests. But what I'm saying is that the resources are there. Those regions that are also managing authorities, and I understand that there are quite a number of them. That are sitting on those resources, and the mechanism for replicating projects and using other sources of inspiration like the Innovation Fund or like the Horizon Europe are there. So nothing prevents you from doing that. And you know, the question is cohesion funding with absorption issue? Well, of course, there are absorption issues. There are very good reasons why. And I think that the most important is that the Recovery and Resilience Facility has displaced cohesion policy simply because of the time frame and the capacity, again, of the administration to manage all those resources. But still, there is an absorption problem. So I think that the question that we need to ask collectively is why there is this problem. Are the complexity of the rules, or are, again, I would argue, very often the absence of strategic thinking of how this money is used, because the tendency, I'm not referring to you, but is to spread very thinly those resources to serve a number of legitimate concerns, but that not always concentrate the funding on the areas that we think at the European level, and it seems we think in this room, are important.
Mm-hmm. So you think we need a bit more strategic thinking also at the regional level?
At the national and
national regional level.
Absolutely.
And could EIB maybe help there, Lina?
For the capacity building, I think I already mentioned that we have indeed recognized this as a key bottleneck in a way in bringing investments through the pipe. I mean, you can only finance projects that are there and are bankable, and in order to get there, you need capacities to identify the investment needs, plan them, and then execute them. And as I said, we are not only working on developing even smarter financial instruments with our partners, but also develop our value proposition in the area of capacity building. I mentioned the Adapt platform. It's a digital platform that brings together all those tools that we have available in our toolkit for in supporting the pipeline building, if you will, around adaptation, from really upstream support to midstream project pipeline building, investment plan definition, and then down to project level technical assistance. So clearly, in order to accelerate the project, the build-up of the project pipeline, we also need capacity building, not only financing, which admittedly, as we saw before, is still a bottleneck. 1/3 of the people who answered to the Slido question said that financing is a bottleneck, but I would argue that before we tackling the financing problem, it goes hand in hand with the capacity building and bringing those projects, financeable, bankable projects through the pipe, building that business case for adaptation and resilience.
Super, and thank you for that, Lina. And Josko, what is your take on all this?
I'm consumer of this money. What can I say? I mean, as I said, we will use any available financing line, either green bonds or loans, because we need money, since we do have projects. And this is important. And as I said, for us, it's very important, the famous two words, upskill and reskill, the skills of our people. Because even if you have projects and do not have managers who will manage these projects, you are really in a problem. So we are really trying to tackle and address these issues systematically. We are using basically AIB and EBRD and these banks, even Bank of Council of Europe, because of the interest rates, which are better than commercial ones. So trying really to do whatever we can. We see there is a variety of options. Sometimes we need really expertise for that. Again, upskilling the skills of our people. Yeah. So that's why we need the assistance of the EU and national governments to recognize that, for effective implementation. And everybody is really interested in effective implementation. We need skillful people, we need money, and good governance. We always forget good governance, and this is, vertical line from local authorities to national and European Union, because we are in the same business, all of us.
Lovely. I love the three, the skills, good money, and good governance. Sorry, Katrina, I missed your sign. Oh, I thought it was 20 minutes ago. Great. So let's continue with the questions. Sorry, Nicola, this is one for you, and this is about the future of cohesion policy as we are slowly segueing into our future MFF. I know you don't have a crystal ball, Nicola, but what could you say about the role or your expectations on the role of climate adaptation in the future cohesion policy?
Look, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think that after the hangover of all the money that has been made available over the past few years, we will go back to a normality in which resources will be scarce, because the pressure on the EU budget would be enormous because of new priorities like defense, like migration, like enlargement, like external relations, like the service of the debt on the Recovery and Resilience Facility, because don't forget that that has been financed with operational financial markets, so the European Union will have to pay it back. And that paying back with the current interest rates will amount to a significant amount of money. So the pressure on the EU budget will be gigantic. What will be the size of cohesion policy in the future, I have no clue, but clearly, because of that pressure, there will be a question that will be, what are we going to finance with that money? And the question, therefore, of the choices that we'll need collectively to make, and you, as authorities managing these resources, will have to make, in where you will put, how you will define your priorities, and whether I'm pretty confident that for the Commission, climate change will continue, I hope, to remain a defining challenge. But whether this will be translated into the programs that you will finance and implement will be a discussion and a negotiation between the Commission and the Member States and the regions and the local authorities that, by the way, under cohesion policy do have direct access to the funding via the particular amount of money that I think it's about 12 billion euro. To which cities have direct access. And I have no doubt that you have, sorry if I go back on this point, but I think it's important. I have no doubt that you have a lot of a good and solid pipeline of projects, but I can tell you that in the program I see, I'm dealing, by the way, with Southern Europe. One of the most difficult areas of investment are urban and climate change. So member states and regions are tremendously efficient to provide support to enterprises, doing training and building infrastructures, but when it's a matter of financing climate change measures and financing interventions in cities and in urban areas, then things become complicated. So there is where I go back to my point that I think is crucial, that has to do with governance, in fact, which is about the capacity institutions, because you can pour all the money you want, but if you don't have the capacity at the local level, nothing will happen.
Beautiful. Thank you, Nicola, for these insights. I would like to go back to you, Salah. And I see a question here from the audience on the new European Bauhaus. Why is the new European Bauhaus not merged with the relevant EU missions?
I'll go to that question, just continue a little bit still for the cohesion policy. Because saying one aspect there, of possibly indeed bringing projects that then would combine the cohesion policy and then the Horizon Europe. There was earlier also that question there, and so we have made a research, kind of action research, by developing the partnerships for regional innovation, and that is which would be a tool to support actually bringing together precisely the authorities. And then the private side, and also then the research and, let's say, innovation world. So whether it is the local universities or research institutes, and we have also it is backed by our studies, and it tells that it is this very holistic approach, the cooperation, which gives the best results. So also in the areas for adaptation, we have to be innovative. We have talked about, I think was that our now also, it came as the innovative funding. So we have to be innovative in many areas. So it is this combination of the cooperation and that is needed actually then to bring things forward. So what we can offer there on that question is a kind of action book where the regional authorities can see what they want. Do they want to implement? Do they want to start? And there is quite clear support and guidance how to bring that forward, and that is indeed there we have indeed worked together with those decentralized funding instruments too, so bring that together. Then to this question on the new European Bauhaus not merged with the relevant missions, I would not use the word merge, I would use the word mainstreamed. So the net values and the principles can be mainstreamed in any funding, and that is actually shown by the fact that we have worked together with the missions, both on the cities mission, on the also adaptation, and one can there bring out the beautiful, the attractiveness, the inclusiveness also in the terms of affordability. So for the to get to those kind of solutions, and then the sustainability, and so these are naturally elements that were important in all type of the projects. In our ideal world, any project in the EU would follow and comply with these principles. But we still need kind of front runners. We don't have also all the necessary information examples, and that's why we have this research part that is very relevant. And in the policy making, what we have found out in the European level is that in the policies you need a core, kind of own core brand, and then the mainstreaming. And that's how you actually then are able to take that bigger line to have all the projects combining, for example, with the European Bauhaus principles. One could also ask, okay, why we have climate adaptation, we are talking cities mitigation, why are these two not together? Because we need something which has focus and brand that helps to bring the whole policy idea further. But naturally also, and we have in this panel, we are talking about these links to the cities mission and the adaptation. So in order to get the best results, at the end, we have to find the synergies and work together actually to bring these forward at the level of the cities. And we have been working from the JRC in analyzing in the cities mission those cities which are aiming to get the mission label for the climate city contracts. And one conclusion or result was that these cities which are addressing the climate adaptation together with the mitigation have the best response in when going towards to climate neutrality. We are in this kind of poly-crisis situations where, again, here in this type of holistic approach brings the best results. So this kind of the approach, when the cities take that into account, with the green infrastructure or nature-based solutions or integrated urban planning. So when we have then assessed that city that they are filling in the criteria also for these mission labels in these kind of cities, those were best which also did adaptation at the same time. So this type of the holistic approach is that way also important. So it's many type of holistic here. It's on the substance. It's also in this cooperation between the various actors, which we need, that we see in these polycrisis situations.
Absolutely. Thank you, Salah. That was really very clear. And I mean, I think we need to. Is that a 10? Oh, thank you. Just to be sure that I understand your hand signals. Okay, now I would like to go back, and that's the top question now also on the screen, to go back to, how can we, more engage with the private sector and bring in more private finance. So, for example, all the cities that are part of the city's mission, they have prepared kind of like an action plan, which we call the Climate City Contract, and then also a related investment plan. And it's very clear, if you look at these investment plans, that with, the public funding that is available, whether you think it's, abundant or not, still we would need to bring on board also the private sector to invest. So how can we convince the private sector to invest in climate adaptation in particular? It's a question to all of you.
So maybe I'll start there. I think we already mentioned the smart financing solutions, and indeed combining the various resources available in an efficient way and making them readily available to the promoters. I think that's really quite important. But private sector, again, we are coming back to the point of the business case. The private sector needs to have that business case in order to invest. And we do have in the adaptation, preparedness, resilience space, maybe a bit the problem that some of these investments, it's difficult to monetize or see how they are going to yield returns. Many times it's considered that they are rather investments that are done for the purpose of cost avoidance, rather than generating profits and revenue. But the economic case is there, and based on that economic case, I think you can with smart financing improve the business case so that it becomes bankable and attractive also to investors. And I think here it's not maybe completely transversable to this context, but if you look at some of the other sectors in the green space that have developed from their nascency when they were considered riskier and when and where public finance together with funding, for example, from EIB or national promotional banks, helped the market to develop, they absorbed some of the initial risks, and then when sort of the concept was proven, the private money started to flow in, and then the markets took over. Look at the renewable energy sector in Europe. That's exactly what happened there. Maybe it's not replicable exactly on adaptation, but what I'm trying to say is that at this stage, indeed, maybe the blended financing, combining public and private, is something that we need to build the business case, both on the supply and demand side. And then as the business case is proven, and the demand is increasing, and the initial risks are mitigated, or we have shown the way how they can be mitigated, then the private sector funding can flow in. I would stop there.
Super. Josko?
Yes, I have, in fact, 2 points. One is, as Elena said, for investors, business case must be profitable, full stop. They are in the business of making money, not in running public affairs. As you know, it's like that. But the second is, maybe they can invest not only in tangible property, but in intangible. And here I'm talking about brands and corporate social responsibility. If they start to understand that by investing in projects which are climate friendly, let's say, they can afterwards monetize that, then they will be maybe ready to engage much more. So to do that, you need to raise awareness in public, with citizens. So they need to do certain pressure on them that they expect from leading companies at least to raise the level of corporate social responsibility. And that's very important. For us as a city, city climate contract, it's very important. Because we feel that we are in driving seat, in that format. But this is not enough. National energy and climate plans are important as well, because we need government, at least for a legal framework, which is always problematic for us. It's not conducive for what we are doing. So that's why I'm speaking all the time about multi-level governance. So what I'm advocating, even as a rapporteur in Committee of the Regions, is that governments commit in national energy and climate plans to chapter where they will say what they're going to give us as cities for implementation of that plan. These plans are usually very good, but we do not have means to implement them. So that's why we request implementation chapter and the commitment of government that they will secure funds and everything needed for the cities to implement that national plan.
Very clear. Thank you.
And
for
attract
that.
investors, of course. That's a part of it. Yeah.
Super. Anything to add from my two colleagues here? Sela?
Yes. When we talk about the investors, so indeed it is one are this kind of the operational companies who might be have even then stronger interest in the short-term profits. What I would also keep in mind are the institutional investors at the European level who are investing more in the long-term projects, like the pension funds, for example, which are using actually quite much indeed funding. And on those cases, they are already then, we deal with investors whose expectations are also on the longer run. And that might be more adaptable on the funding that has the stronger sustainability aspect. These kind of funds also, they have normally members. So that way, I mean, and if they have been organized in a way like some of our cooperatives or others, where also those individual members, they might have then also more, let's say that they want to invest with their values. And that, I think, it is also something to take into account. And in that sense, climate adaptation is one of the sustainability elements. Again, I'll speak about the holistic approaches, because this type of institutional investors, they have already taken that type of the sustainability funding. So now that we are also then involving all the aspects on this type of the long-term investments, and for them, indeed, we are then aiming to give a guidance together with everybody that what does it mean that the investments are sustainable.
Super, thank you so much, Sala. I'm now taking the last question from Slido, which is some insight from the Wallonia region. Elena, I think this question is for you. So good money after floods, but EIB funds can't be used to increase human resources. How can we address this?
Sorry.
It's the top question.
Increase the human resources. I think first of all, we can finance, EIB is able to finance also intangible assets, as you mentioned. One of them, one of our areas that we are looking at is indeed education, for example. So you can finance education that would benefit capacity building in the green economy, or in the societal areas where human resources bottlenecks are visible and exist. So that is one way of utilizing EIB financing for developing capacities and human resources for climate and adaptation. And as I mentioned already before, we do have our advisory support that can be used also to build capacities, not only project planning type of capacities, but also capacities in terms of human resources to implement projects and plan projects and bring these projects through the pipeline, and also when it comes to financial planning of the projects.
Great. So, I mean, I think we are coming slowly towards an end of this extremely inspiring panel discussion. Maybe one last question to all of you. If you would have a magic wand, and if you could change something within the area of your work in order to really accelerate financing and funding for climate adaptation, what is it that you would change? Ooh, well, you get like 1 second to reflect.
I would say, since I think that people are motivated by need or greed, I would just eliminate that greed. It is
beautiful.
Killing us.
Thank you so much. I would like a little applause for that. So. And this applause also gave you guys some more time to think. So.
Yeah. Well, actually, I would resort to, I think it's an African proverb that says that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So I'm really advocating more holistic and holistic approach, financial solutions that are innovative across the silos. So that's what I would kind of change, try to bring people together also to think about financing and those smart instruments that we would need.
Beautiful. So, and again, an applause for the magic wand of Elina. Nicola, you can also say you don't want to change anything, huh? But
no,
having listened to you, I'm sure you want to change something.
No. Well, probably you understood from what I said before that the question of institution is so fundamental that I think that if one thing that the Commission should really think carefully about is how to consolidate and streamline all its technical assistance for climate change adaptation on the one hand and urban development on the other, because at the moment is scattered in so many instruments and tools and strategies that is very difficult to navigate this system. How to do it, it's up for discussion, but I think that is very much needed.
Beautiful, and we will just use magic to do this.
I'm afraid that I don't know. I argue that it is for need, but it might be then for greed. Meaning that in the latest times in EU, when there has been urgency and more budget is needed, that has been taken from the research and innovation. This precise mission, adaptation, has lost money when it was changed from EU budget to the other areas. Also the JRC research and innovation. I think that in no area EU can succeed unless it puts also the research and innovation up front. That is something that we have been good, and that is a strength of us that we should also then bring to the future. So my point is to anybody who is there in the member states, councils, legislators, please keep the funding on the research and innovation. That includes mission adaptation.
Thank you so much. Great, so my wish is to have Katrina back on stage, because I have no watch and I have no clue where we are in terms of time and space.
Perfect, on the nail. Again, please, what brilliant speakers you were, really, and what a brilliant moderator. So, warm thanks, please, to these very good people.
Thank you.
Just stay a moment. Don't leave, don't leave, don't lead. A few of the things that I just picked up, because obviously very much in listening mode, I couldn't agree more. When you first said you said consolidate and streamline all our instruments. You hear that so much, obviously, as a moderator. When I go and moderate events, they're not all for the Commission. And of course, you go online to do your research. All the info is there, and it's well explained, but I can imagine that if I was looking for funding or a managing authority or a project, you're right, there is a plethora of stuff out there, but god damn, it's probably quite complex. So that's a super valid point. And of course, the lack of capacity, that echoed what we heard from our Dutch speaker this morning. He said, that's the problem. When we want to harness to the mission, god damn it, we lack capacity. Brilliant, I think, what you said. Very important, the citizen's role. And once you lose the trust of the citizen, bam, it's gone. So using us to put pressure on politicians with their egos who want to be associated with successful projects, that dynamic is a really, really important one. And also, of course, the comment you made about, there's so many constraints. How can we alter the terminology? That was super, super useful. So many other things. And then, just the one other thing that I hear this too. We heard it this morning, I think, about funding going to regions, but you're saying, can we please have some more directly to cities? Then we will compete with other cities. So much valuable stuff. Thank you for complimenting where the Bauhaus fits in with everything. Thank you could have been very complex, and you made it all very simple in terms of what the EIB does. And I'm shit at maths. There we go. I just swore on camera. Sorry. And that was really, really clear. So a huge thank you. Before you leave, Carlotta has been bending herself into an origami of positions to be able to orchestrate this magnificent Van Goghian chef d'oeuvre. So I don't know, now you can't see it so well on the screen, so maybe the viewers at home can see it a little more easily. But my goodness, that is an accomplishment, is it not? Raise your hand if you did check it out during your lunch break. And now raise your hand if you intend to check it out during that. There we go. Yeah, I mean, man, you've been working so hard. Absolutely staggering. You've got a special drawing there for the European Investment Bank.
Excellent.
Got capacity building. Yep, skillful people. You talked about it there, the upskilling, the cross-skilling, the reskilling. Action happening at all levels. And that well, you all know this, Europe warming up twice as fast as everywhere else. How can we attract more financing? And how do we sell it as an opportunity? How do we change that terminology? That's come up more than once. So you're absolutely brilliant. I'm surprised you haven't gone home yet. Seriously, you've just been studiously, or your arm hasn't fallen off. So big thanks to all of you. Rosalinda, you have to stay, but I am allowed to ask you to take the equally comfortable seats in the audience. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done. Now, they asked me to put you there so that you can have all of the 3 projects and speak to them here. So that's it. That's nicer for the camera, apparently. It's not because I want you to be very far away from me. So with your agreement, I will invite the 3 projects. We'll hear from them, and I will give you a moment to sort of comment. And of course, after that, you've got a lovely lady who's going to come and tell you how all of the networking element will be orchestrated. And as I said, I promise right at the end, I get to talk to Elina again, not from the EIB, of course, from the European Commission. Please don't go away and stay for that. I promise we're going to keep it super funky, short, synthesized, the works, aren't we? Absolutely. Okay, so we have 3 fabulous project representatives to join us. Please come, Stella Ptsaropoulou, who is the Deputy Chief Resilience Officer at the City of Thessaloniki. You may just sit in and test the sofa. Welcome. You may give her a round of applause, if you wish. We have Aki Ishiwa, who is Policy Officer, welcome, at the region of Emilia-Romagna. And we also have Zoe Beul-Baudin, who is Policy Advisor at the region of Normandy in France. So, amazingly this time, because I checked with Stella, she is still doing all of those jobs that I'm going to tell you she does. They weren't former jobs, because that's what we had in the morning. Officer at the Municipality of Thessaloniki since 2005, Deputy Chief Resilience Officer since 2020, and project team member Horizon 2020 Food Trails. You need to take a microphone. What are you sharing with these good people in your presentation today?
Hi, I don't know if we're going
I just wanted you to tell me in 3 sentences, and then you may take the illustrious position over there.
Okay. I'm going to speak for the pathway towards climate resilience of Thessaloniki, the municipality of Thessaloniki.
Brilliant. Okay, so you may adjust the microphone so it's good for you. You do have a clicker there, so come with me. There it is. That's for you. And adjust that for you. Is that good? Okay. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. A warm welcome. Thank you and the invitation. Thank you for the invitation here to speak about Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is the 2nd largest city of Greece. We are in the northern Greece. Here, yes. And we have started our journey as under the occasion of the resilience, 100 resilience cities, and a program that we were funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. That happened in 2016, 2017. We had our resilience strategy, and that was an opportunity, a unique opportunity, to develop this long-term strategy and start speaking and talking and putting the notions and the terms of resilience and sustainable development. The years that came until today, they showed that it wasn't a unique opportunity, but it was an opportunity because we managed to adopt new tools, and we managed to adopt participatory processes that we never had before in the municipality. We built our capacity as an officer, and we learned to work in a different way, in a more resilient way of thinking, try to diminish the silos thinking, and try to cooperate, as we've heard today a lot. And we learned to recognize stresses or challenges that our city might face, or actually has to cope with. And these kinds of challenges have been raised since 2017 until 2024. And we are the city with the smallest percentage and amount of green spaces. We are lowest than 2 square meters per resident. And the municipality of Thessaloniki has 300,000 residents, but the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki influences around 2 million people. So the climate of Thessaloniki is hot and dry during the summers. We had extensive heat waves the past 2 summers, and the phenomenon of urban heat island during the night is estimated at 2 to 3 points Celsius, with cases to rise more. And flooding events that actually happened 2 weeks ago after a 30 minutes of rainstorm. And we also have a peri-urban forest, which is in a high fire risk. And last year, during the drought period and during the heat waves, the risk was very high. So we are proud to understand and that all these challenges that we have to cope, and through the resilience strategy that we actually developed, it's not to say that, okay, mission accomplished. We have recognized, identified all the challenges. It's still a mission, but it's not accomplished. And we are proud that we actually participate in both missions, in climate neutrality and adaptation. And we are proud to say that we are awarded, during the March, we were awarded with the mission label because we managed to fulfill and complete and submit an integrated climate contract, putting a very optimistic percentage of 80% to be climate neutral until 2030. But this is not, again, mission accomplished. This is a lot to accomplish still, a lot of things to make, and it's a demanding mission for us as officers, but also for the decision makers who may have their own political agendas, but they need to satisfy goals and need to cope with all the challenges that we have seen. And as a lot of speakers said, it's not 2 different missions. There are missions that need to be bridged. There are missions, there is climate neutrality and adaptation, and this is what we have accomplished. We tried to see the co-benefits of adaptation, and we did it by exploiting the policy support facility and all the technical assistance and expertise that was given to us in order to integrate adaptation and talk about adaptation through the climate city contracts that we submitted. And the same we are trying to do with this mission, the mission adaptation and the technical assistance for me for ADAPT. And what I have to say to conclude is that the previous panel were very insightful, what they said. Indeed, the resources are limited. I would say that funding is not limited. It might be limited to the cities, again. The capacity is limited. The human resources are limited. However, we need to take advantage of all the opportunities, and us as officers, we need to exploit and find these opportunities, even if we need to work on a smaller scale, because it is important to think that we have to future-proof the larger scale, and it's the whole city. And we need to talk under very difficult circumstances. However, it is this mission and a goal for us to accomplish and talk on a bigger scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will come back to you, Rosalinda, at the end. Just one thing I was scribbling here, I think it was on your first slide, is one of the very clear aims was rediscovering the city's relationship with the sea. Again, that's very powerful and emotional, and kind of you sort of think when you read it, gosh, yeah, that's a no-brainer, and almost a surprise that you would have to as well. And the second thing, can I just say, I sort of went, whoa, when I saw the high fire risk days statistic, 15 to 70%. Ooh, that was very stark. Okay, who should we move on to next? I think Aki. Now, just to be clear, you work in Brussels, so you are working for the Emilia-Romagna delegation to the EU, following all sorts of different policies, including climate change. And as I was saying to Aki when we met before the event, I was saying Emilia-Romagna, now there's somewhere that has been right in the firing line, has it not? So.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I will present adaptation measures. Also taken after the flooding of 1 year ago. And then I will present also one project that is supported by the mission adaptation.
Perfect, thank you. Here we go again. You have your clicker there, and just alter the microphone as suits you best. Voila.
So thank you very much. For this opportunity, I will just present shortly where Emilia-Romagna is situated in the northeastern part of Italy, and it has 4.5 million inhabitants, very innovative, and we have as a framework a pact for work and climate and a strategy for mitigation and adaptation, and we want to be also a data valley. You know about it, that it's a food valley, a motor valley, and but 40% of the territory is also represented by mountains. The Pact for Work and Climate is a pact that was signed in 2020, and it was designed with all the different regional and local stakeholders, and it aims at full employment and climate neutrality by 2050, and competitiveness and innovation. And if we link to the climate neutral mission, we can say that recently the region has adopted a decree where to support the two climate neutral cities that we have in the region, that is Parma and Bologna, but also to support all the other territories that want to be climate neutral. So we have adopted this in order to also regulate, for example, the areas where to put solar panel, or how to share regional data to municipalities and so on. So the emergency is just 1 year ago. It was in May 2023. The flooding came after a long period of drought. And so it was a result of a combined meteoric event that brought an intense rainfall of 4.5 billion cubic meter of water over an area of 16,000 square kilometers, and the area affected were 7 out of 9 of the provinces in the region. And so here you see the damages that we have, and that amounts to 8.5 billion euros. So here are some pictures. And then what we learned from this disaster was that we need to build back better, but we need to invest more in prevention than in reconstruction. And then we have to bring to the table all the different stakeholders in an integrated governance for spatial planning. And we are, in fact, mapping the climate vulnerability and taking a moratorium on the building development. We also need to give more space to rivers and to work on the plains, but also on the hills and forestry. So, and there I go to the next yes, the next slide, which is about the project Arcadia that was financed under the Mission Adaptation and just started in February. So we just did the kickoff. Here are the regions that are involved. We have 5 model regions and 3 fellow regions. And so, for example, in this project, we take the opportunity to create models for forestry plan in order to reduce also climate risk and hydrogeological risk, because we saw that we have mapped over 80,000 new landslides, for example, in the flooding. And the main project goal is to promote a nature-based solution across the European region and support them in designing consistent regional blue-green infrastructure. And you can see then the project's structure that is based on Innovation Lab so among the partners, there are 43 partners, but the big part is made out of institution and agency at local and regional level. So what we want to do is really to mainstream the solution at regional level and then to disseminate it also at European level. So we remain at disposal for any further information. Thank you very much.
I remember those floods well because last year in May I was moderating for the EU Oceans mission in Palermo. And I remember the speaker from Emilia-Romagna couldn't attend because poof, this kind of happened just a few days before. So it very much sticks in my memory. Very stark pictures again there when you just sort of see it mostly all underwater. But interesting, you know, I saw there was that point that was made that this building back, it's not just about reconstruction. There was very clearly there you're combining prevention with civil protection. It ain't enough to just sit and wait anymore because of the frequency that this is happening. Okay, let us move directly on to the Normandy region. Zoe, so you're working for the Normandy region, the Brussels office, so your particular areas of specialism or where you're working is research and innovation, energy and climate issues, so all bundled up together. What are you sharing with our audience in your presentation?
Well, I'm going to talk about Normandy's involvement in the climate adaptation mission.
Perfect. All right. Again, well, I think it's okay. I can leave that. Unless you've taken the clicker away, you should find it there.
No, it's here.
And alter the microphone if you need to. But I think you're pretty good. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, it should be fine. And here it's okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. So I'm going to go back to Normandy's involvement in the climate adaptation mission. So maybe first about a first glimpse of the climate risks in Normandy. So you might already know, but Normandy is located in the northwestern part of France, and it has 640 kilometers of coastlines, and it also has 34,000 kilometers of rivers, the main one being the Seine River from Le Havre to Paris. So it shows that, sea level rise and water risk are very important for Normandy. And in order to evaluate all that, in 2020, the president of the region launched a GIEC Normand. So it's basically a regional IPCC in order to evaluate the climate risks in the region. And this local IPCC is still working, but it allowed the region to publish in December 2022 a first internal action plan with 30 actions, 6 being labeled purely adaptation. So adaptation is really key for the regional policies. And so in terms of the link with the mission, so Normandy, because of all that, Normandy was among the first signatories of the mission charter. We are also actively involved in the MIPROADAPT activities. So the MIPROADAPT is the implementation platform of the mission. And we will also soon beneficiate from the technical assistance provided by MIPROADAPT. So it's going to be really great to define a future adaptation strategy. We are also following up the mission calls, of course, for the regional institution, but also for the regional stakeholders to help them scale up what they do on adaptation. And last but not least, Normandy is a member of the ERIN network, so European Regions Research and Innovation Network, which has set up an adaptation task force. And it's another very good tool to exchange with other regions and also to have links with other missions like the cities mission that was already mentioned, but also the soils mission and the ocean missions, the cancer mission a bit less. Then regarding the RESIST project, so it stands for Regions for Climate Resilience through Innovation, Science and Technology. It was among the first mission project that was selected, and it involves more than 50 partners for a budget of 25 million euros. And among these partners, you have 4 demonstrator regions working on different climate risks. And for each demonstrator region, you have 2 twin regions. And in the case of Normandy, we are working with southwest Finland, with also Eastern Macedonia and Thrace on really water-related risk and nature-based adaptation solution that can be used to face these risks. So to go a bit more into the details, the Normandy region is not participating alone. We are also working from a regional perspective with the French Biodiversity Office, the OFB, and a national center on risk, mobility, and the environment, the CEREMA. And so, as I said, Normandy in RESIST is a twin region of southwest Finland, but we will have the opportunity to replicate innovative solutions that will be demonstrated in Finland, and especially on 2 pilot sites, one in Barentin, where we will develop a tool for renaturing urban areas, identify the right areas to be renatured and desilted in order to, let the nature go back in the cities. And we have another pilot site in Lisieux, where actually there will be a work to leave a bit more free, more room for a stream called Le Petit Lieu, and there will be relocations of houses, and so of course, it involves working with citizens and businesses on that. And last but not least, via RESIST, we will have a graphical digital twin enabling us to work on hydraulic modelization, which was not the case before. So it's really helpful for us. And then in terms of scaling up, to finish, all these tools and good practices that we learn in RESIST will be really mainstreamed in the regional policies. So in the regional policy in terms of water, the regional policy also in terms of coastal management, and the support that the region is bringing to infra-regional territories. And for that, we will mobilize regional, but also ERDF fund in order to have more impact and to really replicate what we learned via RESIST. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check also, are you happy to have the slides shared afterwards. Yeah, because I saw somebody snapping a slide there, so I thought it would be useful just to check in with that. Interesting to see this digital twin, which wasn't there before. Here's a quick question before I completely hand over the floor to you, Rosalinda, but I just one, because it's come up so much. All of these projects, all of these partners, all of these countries, what's your one ingredient for maximizing collaboration and dialogue? How do you do it? Because it's super complex.
Indeed, and actually that's why the support we receive via the mission, via the RESIST coordinator is really useful, because within the region, within Normandy, we are learning a lot actually from our peers and what the other regions are doing, and so it's a learning curve, and that's what we are learning today: how to maximize impact via other good examples from other regions.
Thank you. Okay, and again, that is a dialogue for a day, 2 days, 9 weeks, isn't it? What do we actually mean when we say cooperate, collaborate better? Because it's vast. There is a Pandora's box there. But over to you. What did you hear? What do you want to comment upon?
Yeah, well, first, I think it's really great that we have an all-woman panel here, but that's just a side remark here.
Small cheer, yay! I think you're right.
So, I mean, congratulations to all three of you. I think this was really, extremely interesting showcases. And of course, big congratulations also to you for the mission label. And I think, one of the takeaways when it comes to these climate city contracts that the cities that are part of the cities mission are developing is that, first of all, what we get consistently as feedback is that these climate city contracts really allow cities to break silos even within the city administration. Okay. And I think, Josko, it was you who said, we need these cross-sectoral solutions. And it's exactly, what this climate city contract is basically fostering. And it's also an enormously handful tool to make sure that the city can not only look into climate mitigation, but also into climate adaptation, and even to look into the more inclusive and aesthetic aspect of it, and also integrate, for instance, new European Bauhaus values into the climate city contract that Salah has been talking about. So the second thing, and I'll limit myself to 3, because I think also the audience, there are some people here who really need another sugar break, I think, including myself, by the way. But the second thing is that I also was very inspired by this Pact for Work and Climate, because I think this is one of the things that, we've been debating for a long time also inside the European Commission, and that is, is sustainability, and competitiveness, is this kind of like different objectives, or is it two sides of the same coin? And I think, it has become more or less mainstream thinking that, a company that is sustainable is also good for business, and that it has become kind of like two sides of the same coin. And this is also what we see in the cities that are part of the mission, that is also really good for the local businesses. So I was very inspired that you actually have this pact for, the work and climate to bring basically business together with the climate adaptation and mitigation. And the last point that I took away was that came across from all of you, that also there's this regional support for these cities that have this climate ambition, and that also reconfirms previous messages that we heard, is that we really need a multi-level governance, and we need to support from all governance levels, from the European level, the national and the regional level, in order to make these real changes on the ground. And then my last reflection is really linked to the fact that we are having these amazing projects that we are funding through the Horizon Europe program, both also under the Adaptation mission and the Cities mission. And I do think it is extremely important that we find a very good way to disseminate the results of these projects, so that also regions that are not part of the project itself can also learn from this and replicate solutions, because all in all, we have no time to waste. So I really think we should do more in order to make sure that we disseminate the learnings from the different projects so that others can learn faster together. So maybe that's one aspect of your collaboration question.
Absolutely, and also not just that others can learn faster, but disseminate the learnings so that the citizens who are putting the pressure, as we heard, on the politicians, and who undoubtedly the messaging out there, it's tough. and you can't keep people on side for the long haul unless there is a change of messaging and terminology. So super important, and we talked about the importance of showing, not telling. I mean, you can tell all you want, but showing. And absolutely, sustainability and competitiveness, don't say that drunk, because there is this green backlash, and it's critical to really keep driving that message home. So that's fantastic. Stay with me just while I issue some instructions. Anyone willing to just say one word, 1, 2, or 3 from that last panel? Come on, you can't be shy now, for goodness sake, you've been here. Anyone? What do you take away from that last panel or projects? Who wants to volunteer? Shout, as though your life depended on it. Oh my goodness me, they've all had a massive sugar slump. They need more sugar. Okay, let me ask you another question. Has anybody posted online? Well, thanks to the 6 of you. Love you, brilliant. You all get loads and loads of free alcohol. There you go. That should incentivize the rest of you. Okay, that concludes the speeches and the panel chats for now. As I said, I'm going to be having a fireside chat right at the very end with the mission manager, Elina Bardram. No more than 10 minutes. It's networking time now. So you might as well just stay if you're happy to stay, because it's nice to have women gracing this lovely furniture. I'm going to now invite to join me Jimena Conti of the Mission Implementation Platform. She's also a senior consultant on adaptation, and she's going to tell all of us, or very bossily but politely, what's coming up next, right?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to present the next activity to continue shaping the future of this mission adaptation. So, okay, this went crazy. Let me go back. There we go. So we will have 1 hour and 45 minutes where you will also be able to have coffee and some pastries. In this 1 hour and 45 minutes, we will have 2 activities, the networking activity and the thematic tables. So let me explain to you each one of them. So the networking activity is for you to connect with others. So for in-person participants, you receive a guidance pack before coming here, where we explain to you how to download the networking app. This app will allow you to set up a meeting, and you will be able to do it here in the atrium, yes, where you have lunch, that is the atrium, and there are several tables numbered from 1 to 15. So when setting the meeting, you can select who would like to meet, and select also the table to meet there. For online participants, you will be able to do this through the event website, and you will get a link to connect. But this is not the only activity that we have. We also have the thematic tables. With these thematic tables, the idea is for you to gather, to connect, and to feed into the mission. So we will have a word cafe format. This will be in the restaurant that is right in front of this auditorium, so in the first floor. And there will be 5 different topics that are ranged here, like here in the slide, from mission achievements to future directions. So you will be able to walk around. Every 20 minutes we will let you know. We will invite you to go to the next topic and discuss with several guiding questions that you will find on Slido and on the tables in the restaurant area. You will also be able to have coffee again and pastries. I want to repeat that because I see that many of you are really eager to get that. You will have that opportunity as well in there in the restaurant. So for online participants, you will have breakout groups, and in there you have MIPREDAP facilitators assisting you. And for the in-persons in the restaurant, you will meet the mission board members and the MIPREDAP facilitators that will be also there in the restaurant area to assist you. So, as I told you, you can feed all your inputs into Slido. Online participants and in-person, everyone fits into the same Slido. So this is the way to connect between each other, online and in-person participants. So please put all your inputs. You can comment as many texts as you want. You will have the QR code on the tables, and for the online participants, you will have it on the slides. So when you enter Slido, you will see all the topics as a list, and you will select the one that you are into, and in there you will find the guiding questions. And again, you will be able to submit as many comments as you want, and you will be able to read other comments. So people that are online can read the comments from in-person participants, and in-person participants can read the comments of online participants. So this is a way of staying connected and reflecting on each other's ideas. So with this, I invite you to please go to the atrium area if you have a meeting set up, or the restaurant where you can have coffee, pastries, and connect and feed into shaping the future of the mission adaptation. Thank you.
Can I just ask you, after all of that, you're saying to all of these people, just put in as much content as you want. Are you the poor sod who has to synthesize all of that afterwards?
Yes.
Oh
all your thoughts will be included in the report after the forum, and we will gather all the things that you put on Slido into the report.
You have a big job ahead of you.
Yes.
Enjoy. Please do come back here at past, but eat lots of pastries in the interim. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Lovely people having a standing meeting in the corner at the bottom. Yes, that's you. Could you please take a seat, lovely ladies? Can you take a seat? First of all, gigantic thanks for the stoics among you, the stalwarts. I don't know what other S word I can use. The sizzlingly fabulous people for coming back at the end. Apparently there will be more people, but they're coming because they're coming at 6 for the beer. They'll be too late. We will have drunk it all, I think. Okay, I'm waiting. Does this work? Does this work? Ah. All right. So warm thanks. Who did eat lots of pastries and things? I had a biscuit. It was very nice. Good. And thank you to all of you who may still be with us online. You may not, but there could be one person with their dog there. So to that person, thank you very much, because it is tougher to stay for a whole day online. But if it's you, warm thanks. All right. Who enjoyed some fruitful exchanges? Did you get something out of the networking? Even 1 or 2 golden nuggets? Put your hand up. Was it worth it for you? Brilliant. Then the event has done its job in offering that to you. So we promised we'd be beautifully concise. And so I have a few questions to sort of put you on the spot, if I may. Now, I know the first one is a bit tricky because I can tell you I have an insane amount of notes here from the event. And what my first question to you is, as the Commission, which often says it is in listening mode, not least now, because we have the new mandate coming up, what 3 things, if you had to really pin them down, would you take away for you and for the Commission from today's discussions?
Okay.
What really stood out? What really resonated for you?
Well, I'll try and use something of a technique, which is I've learned from my political masters and managers, etc. So I'll use the 3 letters technique. And I'll use the letter E, not only because it's what my name starts with, but it's also something that resonates very well with empathy and extensions, etc. But the 3 words that I would choose for our conversation today and moving forward, and I'll unpack those words as we go, engage. There was a lot of talk about awareness, availing the right information, the right data, also about inspiring through engaging, about creativity. That's important part. There were people saying, okay, what do you do to get the attention of your national authorities? Well, you offer them a package that's so attractive that makes them look good. So it is about engaging between the different levels, but also horizontally with the different silos. Second, I'd say empower. So empowering the people around you. For a regulator, to me, often I lean to legislation. We heard about how important some of the regions have found the fact that they have a legislative framework and certitude and a direction of travel. Much of adaptation action is really bottom up. But bottom-up only works if you have the right mandate to take action. So empower is about availing those mandates, and empowering is also about empowering yourself to request for that mandate and to go to those national authorities who say, now, okay, goodness gracious, I have this capacity like that Nicola was referring to. Yeah. You know, administrative capacity, it's just so pushed. You say, well, this being said, I still have these projects, so I empower you to deploy that money. Then I think equip is my last E. Equip, lots of people were saying that there's these tools, there's this data available, and there's all different types of capacity building support facilities. But it's a bit of a jungle. So when we do talk about equipping, it's about equipping with capacity building, it's equipping with knowledge, it's equipping with financial resources. And what I take away, and I will work on this myself operationally, because I am much more of a doer than a talker, is to really look at those things that we have available and work on the consolidation and streamlining. Because I'll be damned if someone comes to me and says, okay, well, I tried this and that capacity building measure, but apparently there are 3 different on the side that do exactly the same thing. And by the way, they're all offered by the Commission. Sorry, we cannot afford that anymore. So we're in a very important juncture. You know, it's not only the EP elections, but it's also a transition in terms of how do we prepare for the next programming cycle, how do we prepare, and admittedly, what's been very typical for this mandate the past 4.5 years, if you look at it really, it's been continuous management of crises. COVID, Ukraine, you know, energy crisis. So we've had to spew out things at a pace that has been necessary in order to respond, to make ourselves deal with the crises that have faced us. But I think now it's time to really focus on the implementation, take a deep breath and take a deep look in the mirror of the Commission as well and say, okay, how do we consolidate? How do we streamline? How do we make it possible for our partners to pursue this acceleration in a way that delivers success? Because everyone wants to be a part of success, and your success will feed success. So, those things are kind of my takeaways. One thing I would say also is that, you know, the European climate risk assessment that people were referring a lot, and our risk management communication, they didn't come out by coincidence. And they didn't come out at this time by coincidence. So we are already working on lining up the red carpet to roll out the actions and to really reboot the political conversation around adaptation and resilience. And this is something that, you know, I know not only myself, but lots of people within the Commission, in the different DGs, but also our friends in the EIB, in the central bank, in many of the institutions that realize the risks associated with climate impact are fast forwarding as we speak. And we, like the Commissioner was saying in the beginning, we know things are going to get worse before they get better, and we better get ready. So uncertainty is no excuse for inaction, and we will be acting.
I thought interesting words you say, you know, you've been spewing out because there've been this perma-crisis situation, and now it's time to sort of take stock and look very clearly in the mirror. And I think it's very interesting to me because the different events I moderate, the amount that's being sort of kicked down the road into the new Commission, there's going to be so much that's going to be sort of kicking off and motoring, and very interesting times. Let's say one thing, if there's one aspect that you'd want to underline for this lovely community of people to take away, even if it's something maybe you didn't hear, perhaps there's something you didn't hear or less of, or one thing that you would like to say sort of to these good people, could you just take this away? Maybe something that they could action or focus on. What would it be? What would you hope from them as the EU?
I think the interface between the regional
authorities, the local authorities, and the citizen is super important. I was talking to some people over the break now in the networking session, and I have to say that in my capacity as a mission manager and talking to the regions, I have gotten much more insight to what occupies the citizen than I have in any other role within the Commission. And I've been in the Commission, 20 and a half years, too long. And for policymakers to remain relevant and to be able to make decisions and regulations that are attached and valuable for the citizen, we need these interpreters. And I find the mission signatories to be really important interpreters of what's going on in the crowd. And I think you should use and exploit that role that you have, the insights that you have at the local level, and the unique skills that you have as relations connecting to the people, but also to the problems on the ground. And feed that in through the existing platforms, nationally, locally, but also up to Brussels. And that's what the platforms like Mission Adaptation, Mission Cities, they're there for. And that's also been recognized, I think, in our communication on risk management, where we pick this as one of the pioneering important platforms for taking action to the next level.
Do you want to use a main mic? Can you hear? Is it both of us?
No, it's me.
Is it here? Hang on, maybe. Do you want to, just for a last question, do you want to take down Elina's mic and I give her a handheld?
No, I'll stop fidgeting.
Oh, you're not fidgeting. I don't think it's fidgeting. I think it's because your mic's so close to your face. No? Yeah, there you go. Voila. Okay. So you are saying that feedback, that's not just empty words. You need that as the EU. That dialogue needs to continue. There needs to be an adequate feedback loop. To end on a high note, unless I've missed anything, there are lots of brilliant people here, and they have been thanked and congratulated several times. If you have to focus on something and you go to bed tonight and you go, that's what I'm most optimistic, or that's what I'm most proud about, because all day, as they well know, we hear ramp up, accelerate, urgency, continent warming twice as fast. But, there are all of these compelling statistics. What makes you, when you end your day, feel optimistic and proud for the coming years and for the new Commission and what it needs to take forward? What just makes you proud? What makes you optimistic?
It makes me really proud to have shared the day in this room with people who believe that we can do. I really do mean it. There's too much defeatism. There's too much kind of resignation around. And you need those doers and people who are kind of torch carriers in dark times. And the energy levels, the input that I've gotten, and also the examples that we've heard about, it speaks volumes about the capacity, about the innovativeness, about the resilience of people. And we will need that as we move along, but we will also need, and I hate to say this because it's come up all the time, collaboration. Because learning from each other, you are your best sparring partners. What did I do here? How can I share that with the others? And there are really creative and clever ways of getting around things. And there is such power in building that sense of community and using networks and platforms such as the missions to amplify the impact.
It takes a hell of a lot of energy. I was having a conversation with, there's the Scotsman in his very nice waistcoat. We were having a very in-depth conversation because I was saying, I think there is a moral obligation to have some kind of funky conversation on television every 3 months on some arena of climate change. I just feel there's so much going on, and there is this worry, and we had this big exchange about this, about national dialogue and citizens brought into the conversation. But for me, what is essentially, it's what I said at the outset, it's when I chat with my friends, when I talk with colleagues or people from other arenas, that whole adaptation thing, for sure, there is much less awareness of what it is than mitigation. There's much less. And so it is going hand in hand. It shouldn't be one or the other. And that's what a big learning is for me today. More conversation about that, I think, in the public arena would be more than helpful. Do we finish? Did I miss anything? I'm just aware of their need to get their hands on alcohol, I guess. That's my main
I think
concern.
they definitely deserve their drink. It's been a long day, but it's been a fantastically valuable opportunity.
Yeah. Shall we see what they all think with the last poll? Have you got energy in your thumbs to do this, good people? So look, right at the bottom there, poll 5. After everything that you did in the thematic networking sessions, we go all the way to poll 5. And we're asking you a question, I leave this event how? With a potential new partnership or collaboration stuffed full of useful information, ready to share and do more with energy and passion, reassured and motivated by a like-minded community of actors, stimulated, motivated, inspired. I've got to ask this, or stuffed full of pastry. Because Jimena must have told you about 6 times to eat pastry, so that might be your answer. Who might just say stuffed full of pastry? Okay, so any answer would have been a good, right? Anything that came up top would have been good. Let's see where it settles.
Well, I would like to have all of the above, of course.
All of the above, indeed. Indeed. But that's good, because that's what you want from an event, that you go away feeling that it was worthwhile being here, and it's given you that wind in your sails, I think, to move forward with alacrity and with passion and with renewed resilience. I loved your description of what resilience was when you were answering the question in your panel there. Okay, should we check in for the very last time with our illustrator? If she's still alive, I will say. With all of that incredible skill and effort. I don't know if we have a camera nearby. I think, Carlotta, as you have seen, that has definitely served as one of the best roll-up backdrops at any event, has it not, for photos? So if you are organising an event, here you go, some free publicity, you know where to go if you need a graphic recorder. You've been absolutely brilliant. Let's just also say a few other words of thanks, of course, to the European Commission, DG Climate Action, for organising and hosting this event. Can we just do claps to you, to Irene and Stephanie? You've been, both of you. Yes, that deserves whistles, because as you well know, if you've done it yourself, organising events is a pain in the backside, isn't it? I mean, it's hard. They're never linear. They always go like this at the last minute. I can testify to that for this event. So, well done, because it's a hell of a lot of work. Can we also thank, of course, the Belgian presidency of the EU for all their support, and I will say a particular thanks to Brussels Environment, or Bruxelles Environnement, for lending this beautiful building. Really, really nice space. Huge thanks to you and to Rosalinda for your very, very masterful handling of the panel discussions with some amazing speakers. Thanks to Carlotta for her brain wizardry and artistic skills. There's a few more to thank. Thanks to our exhibitors, Belgian Presidency, EEA, MIP for ADAPT. Thanks to our wonderful speakers for crystallizing the contents of their considerable brains into but a few minutes. That ain't easy. Thanks to the MIP for ADAPT team for their support in this event. Can we give them, please, a big round of applause? It's a lot of work. A lot of work. And let's not forget the technical team here, the photographer and the videographer. I hope I've covered everybody.
Well, Kath.
Wait, and the last people, oh.
Well, you haven't covered yourself.
I haven't
you
covered
have
myself.
Also
I can't
done
thank
a
myself.
masterful
Thank
job.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting up with my crappy English jokes. It's very hard not to do that, I have to say. But of course, hearty thanks to you, our audience. So anyone, I'm going to look here, who is still online, thank you very much. All of you, you've been fabulous because quite frankly, there is no event without you. So huge appreciation for turning up and tuning in. It's been a pleasure. I really, really learned a lot. I will be your best multiplier. You will see. I wish you much luck in your future endeavours. And of course, not for those of you online, you have to make your own gin and tonic, just saying. But for those of you here, you can actually get your hands on some alcohol if that's your thing right now. So warm applause to you, warm applause to you. I can officially bring all of this to a close. I need to tell you one more thing. Hang on, there's a feedback form, isn't there? I bet Thomas is glaring at me from the back. Feedback form. There you go. Please, QR code, please do that. And there's one more thing. I need to alert you to a matchmaking event, do I not? There you go. Look at that. Please register for the matchmaking event because it's coming up super fast, 5th of June, in the morning. Very important for the regions, for the local authorities to apply for an open call. So if that's important for you, I'm just going to give you a chance. There are people snapping here, Thomas, the QR code. So let's just give you a chance to do that. Who might attend that? For whom is that interesting in the room? Good. Okay, we'll spread the word to others for whom you think it's interesting. Okay, no more slides, Thomas? Oh, actually, gosh, I need to do a shout out to you. You've been lovely. A nice warm applause to Thomas at the back there from the organising team. That's it, I promise. No more clapping. You can go and drink now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye. Thank you.